tuned in to Cardinal Sin and, where I, Cardinal Sin, discuss important pop culture news, reviews, movies, genre fiction, comics, storytelling, and just about anything else with my fellow YouTubers. Get ready for informed conversation about what's going on, for as your humble host, I rely on my guests to provide the talking points, whether it's a panel or just me one-on-one with a friend. So get ready for Cardinal Sin and.
Oh, hi. Cardinal Sin here, your humble host. I was just reading some of my favorite comic books. I forgot how much I loved Spider-Man, you know? This one came from the Comic Outpost. And in this one, even Spider-Man's reading the comics from the Spider Post. He saves the Comic Outpost. These came out in 2012, and I stopped collecting comics in about the early 90s. And I should have waited because these are really cool. I like Comic Outpost. It's what you get for being a Nerdrotic supporter. Anyway, let's introduce our panel today. Greetings, gentlemen.
Hello.
Greetings.
We got to get rid of that. There we go.
Greetings again.
So we have Mithrir, otherwise known as Draco Argentus, or Dave. And we have Jerry, who's the co-host of the Pop Culture Minefield. How are you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
Excellent.
Excellent, yes. That's your very best, Mr.
It's not my
name?
best. Burns.
Yeah, Mr. Burns, yeah. Excellent. It's either that or a Cyberman. Excellent. So
aren't the Cybermen talking like this?
They are supposed to, but they stopped doing that a long time ago.
Oh, that's one thing I just don't know because I'm not a true Whovian.
Well,
Yeah, and you have to
true enough that you knew the way they're supposed to talk.
The inflection goes up at the end of a sentence. It's really, who are you?
Well, they used to have a total monotone back like in the early
the original.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original.
And then when what's his name started doing them, then he just basically sounded like the Daleks. So let's say hello to some folks that we have in our chat. We have Derek McManus, who wishes us a great stream. We have Captain Trek. I was on his early morning podcast, which means I have had no sleep. So I'm probably going to be a little cranky and not operating at full efficiency. So just don't test me, man. And then, of course, we have the Stream Elements bot.
Hello, Stream Elements bot.
But not the Stream Elements tip jar. So I want to get this in early and often. If for any reason you would like to tip me, you may do so here. And those of you that are out in the chat, please grab the link and send forth to all mothers and others via social media, et cetera, because we have a lot to talk about today, and we want to get as many people in the chat as possible. Jerry, do you always have your finger on the pulse of what's going on? What do you have to say with your Blade Runner background?
About what part?
Just anything. I mean,
Well,
what's the word out there in the
It's been
pop
a pretty
culture
shitty
minefield?
week. We had a bunch of cancel culture go after Scott Campbell.
Who's
And,
Scott Campbell?
He did the Spider-Man drawing of Mary Jane sitting all
Oh
cute
yeah, I saw that.
looking all concerned about her husband going out to do his work. And then you had basically a bunch of us come out and defend him.
Mm-hmm.
And he of course was, trying to be a moderate in the whole thing. It's like, hey, a person should be allowed to draw what they draw, you know what? And then
They don't have to print it.
cancel culture went after him even further by attacking him over who was defending him. And so then he acquiesced and bent a knee. And he acquiesced and bent a knee to the cancel culture, yes.
Which means they just totally consumed him like flies consuming.
People annoy me that they let people do that to him.
Yeah, you can't show weakness to these people. I understand.
No, I got attacked, and I'm just made fun
of
the
people.
You got attacked? Oh, yeah. I got attacked. Well, I said something stupid, and I deserve some criticism for what I said. But at the same time, we had people.
Did you say like I'm sorry or something stupid like that?
Fuck no. I don't apologize for anything I say.
Acquiescence is submission.
What I said is I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Literally I just woken up. And I was pissed that everything went down with Geeks and Gamers over Zack Snyder's statement. And I said something gnarly about Zack Snyder that's moderately true, but I shouldn't have said it.
Mithrier literally just told me about this before you came on.
Oh, about my doing this? Or
about Zack Snyder turning on the Snyder,
the people who got him money, a lot of money for his charity.
I donated to that stream. I was in that stream.
Yeah, and
specifically anyone that sided with Geeks and Gamers because he was aiming right at the people who had donated all that money before he came on.
Hi, Six. It was just so I said something, and now some of the people that are friends of mine immediately said, "Hey, dude, that was harsh what you said." And I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Well, maybe you should delete it. I said, nah, I don't think I should delete it.
Can you tell us what you said without?
No, I'm not going to repeat it. It was dumb.
Just like a calm down version of it.
Well, basically, it's
Did you call him out on his bullshit?
I'm an atheist, and
me too.
I have problems with people who raise their children in religions that are fundamentally very destructive or contraindicative to having proactive, positive attitudes about all people around you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a problem with the fact that that he raised his kids in a nihilist home. Nihilism is a fucking awful thing to raise a child in.
Well, no wonder she committed suicide.
Well, that's what I was talking about. And I really stepped out of turn when I said it. And I admitted it when I did it, but I'm not going to apologize for it because that's how I feel.
If you're out of turn, but it's...
I shouldn't have said it. No, it was... I shouldn't have said it. I don't care if people don't like me. I really don't. But when I've got friends that even go, "Oh, dude, that was harsh," and I'm like, "Yeah, it really was," and I don't want to be that harsh. So I went ahead and I deleted the comment. But anything you delete permanently,
which is also a sign of weakness, just like an apology.
Well, some people might think that, but I left all my retorts, all my snarky "go fuck yourself" retorts up there. I got a pocket full of "go fuck yourself." Wait, let me check the other pocket. There might be some more if you want it. Because I'm an ass, But at the same time, what I said was so inappropriate. And
Well, it sounds like it was the appropriate response to what he said.
No, it was actually directed right at him. It was nasty.
You just went off the hook, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would normally refrain from saying something like that publicly. But when I wake up, haven't had my coffee yet, I'm literally the person that will yell at you for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of my room, kind of thing. So, 6, Jesus Christ. You know I'm an atheist. She's in the chat. She's asking. She's, God, you. Fuck.
Oh, 6.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
we're friends, and she and I talk a lot, and she likes to get in the chat and fuck with me.
Well, we should get her on the panel, and she can fuck with you in person.
She won't do it, or would she? I don't know.
Maybe yes.
Invite her.
Maybe no. I
Challenge.
can't tell.
But suffice to say, that day, for 24 hours, people were trying to cancel me. I was getting private messages, threats, and is this you? Showing the quote, and I just delete and block. I'm not going to respond to you. I'm not going to interact with you.
There's no point.
And when I was on Twitter, people that would say things to me, I would just make fun of them. I openly mock people. I'm not a very nice person when you get on the wrong side of me. And
Six would love to come on.
Jesus Christ. Let me drink some more caffeine.
That's as much as I will truck with Chardonnay.
But suffice to say, I got my taste of cancel culture. My wife and her brother have dealt with cancel culture. It was really ugly. I mean, it got brutal. And none of them bent a knee. None of them acquiesced. None of them apologized. And eventually those fuckers went away, especially when a lawsuit was brought into it. And then they were like, oh, we're out. Yeah, we can't prove what we said.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, once you threaten to sue somebody over what they said, because I don't know if you know
you're in the United States and not England.
Exactly, because here we have that. You have libel and you have slander.
And a little thing called free speech.
Well, it's all protected free speech in this country, but free speech is very narrow in that if you say something that damages another person's reputation, hurts their business, if it's written, of course, that's libel. And if you say it, it's slander. And you can be sued for both of those.
If it's untrue.
If it's proven untrue. You can't just sue somebody and say, well, it's not true.
The burden of proof is on the person that says it, right?
Well, the burden of proof is on the person it was said against, too. The person that said it has to prove what they're saying is true. But if they say something that is relatively known, you have to prove, if you're the one that's defending yourself against them or suing them, you have to prove that what they're saying isn't true if it has been accepted as part of the zeitgeist. And that has happened too. So there you go. Hey, Chris.
Hi. So how does the Me Too accusations work into this?
That's a guilt by public, public
court of public
opinion.
Yeah.
It is not a legal way to do things, and you can get sued for it. And people are being sued for doing that. That's what happened to my brother-in-law. And that one person said something because something happened with this girl's boyfriend. She got in trouble, and so she turned everything around and made it sound like it was my brother-in-law that did something, and when it was her. And then a bunch of women we don't even know from other states piled in on this. And we're like, oh yeah, me too this and me too that. Well, and he turned right around and he started fucking suing these people. Find out their information, sued them. And they started just dropping off. Till the last person dropped off.
Problem is, a lot of damage already gets done by
Well, yeah, he
court
lost
of
his
public
business.
opinion.
He lost his business over it.
I've even seen a story where a gay man actually accused someone that he was hitting on, a straight man that he was hitting on, of raping him. And because the gay man was friends with the student body representative or whatever, some college official, the straight man couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't confront. He couldn't get the situation taken care of, and it was basically ruining his college chances. And he, in the end, committed suicide.
Oh my God,
It's awful, man.
that's
It's
horrible.
awful. Yeah, this culture, cancel culture, Me Too is part of the cancel culture,
Yeah.
is very dangerous. It's all about power and control. It has nothing to do with doing the right thing. It has to do with
No.
destroying and breaking and having control and power.
I submitted, I think last week. No, actually, it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Man, how time flies. That cancel culture is the worst form of bullying.
It is.
And how ironic it is that the people that screamed and wailed and cried about being bullied now are using cancel culture as this, ultimate weapon.
It's a form of it's something that's been going back thousands and thousands of years. I mean, the way that Octavius Caesar, the first emperor of Rome, took over the Roman Republic was that he accused his rival Mark Antony of going native and joining the Egyptians,
Mm-hmm.
and then launched the civil war against him.
Wasn't there some truth to that?
Oh, a little bit. I mean, he did fall in love with Cleopatra and was having a family with her,
Mm-hmm.
and he was ruling his part of the republic out of Egypt.
Right.
Because, but that was the way that was set up. Was that Rome?
Was the first time that it was used to unseat somebody from power.
Basically.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, I guess you're right. Well, happy Mother's Day, everybody.
It's a mother of a day.
It is a mother of a day.
I got mine. I don't know if you saw my post on Twitter. My daughter called me early this morning and sang Happy Mother's Day to me because I was her mother. I was mom and dad, raised her by myself.
Oh, wow.
And it just made my fucking day.
That's cool.
Excellent.
So what happens on Father's Day?
I get that too.
Cool.
I was both,
Double up.
and so I get both.
Yeah.
Double,
Well, hey,
double
if
up.
you do double the work, you get double the love, right?
Yeah. And my baby, she's awesome.
Doublemint gun.
My brother unfortunately doesn't receive that much love from his kids. His kids still have their mothers, but all of them are,
Yeah.
and they treat my brother and my family as crud, but their mothers are God sent on earth.
Well, this
and-
is what
and-
happens in divorces.
Yes.
Too
Well,
often
yeah.
or not, the person with custody loves to do damage. And
Oh no, my brother's the one that has custody.
It goes both ways.
That's weird.
I mean,
then
Yeah.
my parents dragged each other and our family through the most bitter divorce, just tooth and nail, claw, and
It's a matter of personalities, the human equations involved.
Yeah, and I mean, the people that
I
ended
almost
up
forgot
with,
you were there, Draco.
Yep, I'm gone.
no,
actually
he'll
Hi,
be
Trace.
doing a lot of talking to us.
Hey,
Hello.
Chris.
Hi, Draco.
Like a
And
spinner.
the
my,
spinner flies through.
My family, my parents got divorced when I was about 3 years old or so.
Ooh, nice.
My parents got divorced when I was about 3 years old or so, but there were definitely hardships there. One parent accusing the other of this or that.
Yeah.
My father was mostly the one that did most of it, and my mother, she
Most
did
of the
her,
accusing, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
But my mother, she did her fair share, but it was a little less light.
Mm.
Yeah, I was there too, man. My parents just Oh, I mean, it got bad. I won't even talk about some of the
No,
stuff that
yeah, I
happened.
know exactly what you mean.
And the thing is that I internalized a lot of that growing up. I thought I was
Yeah,
part of
it's
the
your fault.
problem.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that that happens. I found myself at 12 years of age in front of a judge, in front of God and everybody, these lawyers and everybody, and this judge looks down at me and says, "Son, do you want to live with your mom or your dad?" And it's like out of nowhere, you know. I remember seeing uh, a film in school that day, or the day that my parents told us they were getting a separation, and it was about divorce, and I was like, "That'll never happen in my family." And then
The
that night at dinner, you know, they're like, "Well, we have something to tell you."
oof. The only way that my mom got custody of us, because after the divorce and everything, she only had enough money to buy a trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, because my dad got half the money out of everything. The only way that she got custody of us was that she told the judge, "Do not separate us." Me and my siblings, my older siblings. There's four of us, but she told the judge, "Do not separate them. Don't separate them. Keep them together." And so the judge said, "Okay, you can have full custody. You can have most of the
Did she say
custody."
why? Did she say what would happen if
I don't
you were
know
separated?
exactly. She just didn't want all us separated.
Yeah. And so
So we
the
would
woman was
have,
listened to.
yeah, we got to be with my mom Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and every other weekend, and my dad's Thursdays and every other weekend.
Yeah. I was a latchkey kid, and it's amazing the amount of people that you know, fall in love and have kids and then decide they hate each other.
Yeah, my
But
parents.
again, happy Mother's Day, everyone.
My parents got together because of my older brother, and they were together for over 10 years.
And what was it about your older brother that made them come together?
His conception.
Oh, I see. Yes.
I figured that one out.
That'll
Sort of figured that's the way it was going.
do
and
it.
yeah, and afterwards, after the divorce, my mother worked her way through college. She was raising a teenager, a preteen, a child, a 3-year-old, all on her own. She had hardly any help from her parents or her siblings.
Mm-hmm.
She did babysitting jobs. She did whatever she could to give us something
Mm-hmm.
while she was working through college, and then became a nurse, and eventually we could move out of the trailer park and got a decent home, especially after she got remarried. And after that one fell through, we're all leaving a decent life.
Well, that's good.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Mom.
Yeah,
At least that part worked out.
Exactly.
Jerry,
my stepdad
Jerry,
died in a strip club.
sorry.
He had a heart
Really?
attack. He had a heart attack in a strip
Hell of
club.
a way to go.
Yeah,
Wow. I guess.
he was leaving my mother anyway. So,
Please tell me he was in the champagne room.
no,
Bubbly.
he was in a kind of like a cheap strip club called the Silver Bullet.
Oh, they didn't have a champagne room. Okay.
No, but they had werewolves, so that worked out.
They didn't have to worry about werewolves.
Here you go. I'm going to share my screen with you, Cardinal.
You got it.
And this is one of the things that happened this week is just so fucking stupid.
Now
And-
you're not gonna rain copyright strikes down on me, are you?
No, this is. I like this.
Oh, I saw that.
Stephanie is. I'm going to follow her. Okay, you know, she has this blonde chick here has the app. It's a dating app,
Right.
and you know, and like she says here in the comment, you don't set the desired range 40 plus, and then get to complain about a 40 plus hitting on you.
Right.
You know, and that's exactly what this woman did.
On TikTok of all
And look
that.
who she got.
Fucking Matthew Perry. And she's using this to get her 15 minutes of fame.
Sure.
and it's just absolutely repugnant what she did.
Yeah.
Because his privacy, which is guaranteed through those apps.
Mm-hmm.
So she immediately was kicked off the app. But I'm annoyed by all of these newspapers running this story the way they're running it.
Yeah. Like it's a human interest story because it's not.
It's not. It's a crime what was done here. So that was one of the things this week that really got my attention and got my hackles up. I find some of these people, and this is part of that Me Too cancel culture environment.
Mm-hmm.
That they think, oh, I'm gonna, this is my get rich or whatever the fuck they think they're gonna get out of this, and to go public with something like that, she needs to be run over the coals for what she fucking did.
Yeah.
I would say this if a dude did this to a woman.
Oh, the news would never stop.
Yeah. Now, with that said, I don't dig older guys, dating women that young. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean
I'm
happens,
guilty.
Look,
my last girlfriend was the same age as my son. In fact, she was 6 months younger than him.
Oh,
and
my
oldest son. And, but, at least he was 30. She was 30.
My cousin, she's 30 something, and she's dating a guy who's 26.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon. You see it a lot. What do they call the autumn spring dating relationship?
May, September, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like I get it, but what this girl did is she shared the private information about another member of this app.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to do that.
Right.
That person's guaranteed a certain amount of anonymity.
The story that I read said that her friend was filming her talking with him, and she decided, oh, this would be funny to post online.
Because he's a public figure or something?
She's a fucking liar.
Yeah.
That was filmed on purpose.
That's bogus. Well, let's say hello to Fenrir Fire.
Hey.
And the Catman, a.k.a. D.D. Myers.
What's up?
And welcome. And 6 says, I would date 15 years older and 2 months younger.
I'm exactly 15 above and 15 below. But they have to know Gilligan's Island.
Yeah. They have to be well versed in all of the
so many fucking references in my casual conversation, always throwing out stuff dating back, to my childhood. And I went out with this model once, and I was talking about Gilligan's Island. That's why I brought it up. And she's like, "Oh, is that something new?"
Oh, geez.
And I'm like, "No, we're not
it's
going
one of those
anywhere."
things where you're like, "I love you. Change." Do you want
to spend some time and watch some old TV
for like the rest of your life?
Yeah. See, my wife and I, we sit and we watch, she'll watch old movies with me, old TV shows, and she gets into it just as much as I do. She's a good nerd, and I like that. I like being able to have someone, and she's younger than me by about 12 years.
Hey, all right.
Women my age don't like me. Younger women like me.
Well, that's a nice problem to have, I suppose.
Yeah, women my age go, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you grow up?" And I'm like, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. And stay a kid forever.
Yeah, I'm a Peter. Well, it's a real thing, Peter Pan syndrome.
Mm-hmm. It is.
I never grew up, and I was never a child. I was forced to be responsible as a kid and do adult, take care of things. I had to take care of my disabled dad, all sorts of shit. And so I never really, I had that gray area, and I'm stuck in it for the rest of my fucking life. I'm happy with it, though.
Kind of like Michael Jackson. He had Peter Pan syndrome, I think.
He had it really bad.
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
It was creepy bad. I have it to where it's cute.
I've dated girls my age, and I've dated girls that were about 10 years younger than I am, and that seems to be about the limit that I can get away with, where they still kind of have some idea what I'm talking about, and they don't have that completely vapid, look on their face, like a dog cocking its head and going,
The glazed over eyes.
Exactly.
It just says that they're not paying attention to you anymore.
Yeah, or they're trying, but they don't have the background, to do that. So, so I was all ready to talk about the Bad Batch, and I thought that I would have plenty of time to screen it, and like I said, I ended up on Captain Trek's early morning.
Captain Trek, I can't stand that guy. I'm just kidding, Captain Trek. Don't block me.
Actually, we had a really interesting and what's the word I'm looking for? Active, vibrant discussion among the panel, and more people kept coming on, and then I got sort of an education on the EU, and was furiously writing stuff down, and met some nice new friends that said, anytime, hit me up, and I'll tell you what's next to, for you in the EU, and proved, that they had it with, the libraries full of EU novels and stuff
Omega
like that.
Squad is far superior than the Bad Batch.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't really say anything about it, but I was curious if any of you had seen it, and if you did, what your thoughts were.
Well, first of all, I'm going to point out that, and it's not that because I read a lot of the Star Wars books all the way into the 90s. It was one of the ways I passed the time when I was in the Army, was getting the latest Star Wars book. But my favorite Star Wars books were before we heard of an EU.
Right.
Even though it was still part of it. I read the Han Solo trilogy. It was like, I fucking love Han Solo and Lost Legacy. And it stars End. I mean, good God, that was good stuff. But when it comes to the Bad Batch, I don't worry about what's in the EU when I'm watching these shows. So I have no idea who was a meaner, better military team, paramilitary team. I do like the show. I've watched the two episodes, and my wife and I watched it, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I wasn't irked how they brought the girl into it. I kind of liked that she was created. Apparently, at least that was the
another altered clone.
I think it's a lie. I think it's a cover-up. I think she was created for other reasons, but they said she was created to work in the medical field.
Is she a clone of?
She's a clone.
Boba
we don't know.
Fett's,
We don't know if it's
sister?
Jango.
Fett.
We don't know if it's Jango Fett clone. She doesn't really look like them.
Mm-hmm.
She has a different shaped face.
I heard there was a big whitewashing problem.
Ugh.
I don't know if that's true or not.
It was because of the lighting that it made them look a little lighter than in previous depictions. So people were saying that Disney was purposely trying to whitewash the cast.
As woke
Or
as
the rage
Disney
mob
is,
was.
I call absolute fucking
the
bullshit.
Twitter warriors.
It's bullshit. They're fucking as woke as you're going to get, as far as a corporation goes. So no, that's just more rubbish coming out of the Twitter mobs. Totally, they still sound aberrant.
It's just more sound and fury signifying nothing, right?
Yeah,
and Disney bent the knee to them too. A day after it came out, Disney bent the knee.
Of course they will.
We're gonna go back through and we're gonna darken things a little. We're gonna make some darkening changes.
They're going to do some color timing and, quote, fix it, so they bent the knee.
Yep.
One person who made a comment about this, saying basically what these people who are all freaking out, what they want to do is that they want to turn everyone black in the show. That's the only way that they're going to be happy, is everyone is black in the show.
Which is weird. It's like,
Maori is not brown enough.
Yeah.
When I write,
light-skinned
when
Maori.
I write to what I know. That's what we were taught. That's what we were
Yeah.
told.
Yep.
In creative writing, write what you know. Write what you care about. And if you spend all your fucking time making sure all the boxes are checked when you're writing a story,
You're
going
not
to
going
be
to
a
tell a good
garbage
story.
fucking writer.
Yeah. Hey,
And
Polly. Hi.
oh, Polly's in there.
Yeah.
Hey, Polly.
He's down there.
I will admit I have not watched the show.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, man. Thanks for being
Hey,
here.
Paulie. Happy Mother's Day, sir.
Hey, Polly.
I have a little bit of time to hang out, and
Cool.
I got the invite, and I saw that Gary was on. I wanted to wish him a happy
I love
Mother's
Polly,
Day.
man. Yeah.
I saw your beautiful
I
post.
saw that. Yes. Thank you
And,
so much for liking
My
that.
heart is out there to all the men who are also mothers and raising their kids, and there's a lot of them. The media
Amen.
doesn't want to, and society doesn't want to like praise men. They talk about men and they're softer, wanting them to soy their asses down. You don't need to do that. You already see that men are totally capable of being the heavy lifters and the vulnerable, when they have to be the beautiful, vulnerable men that they are already. It's already there.
Yeah, they're in touch with
Yeah,
their feminine side.
You'll like
God
this,
bless you,
Polly. God bless you too,
brother.
Polly. You'll like this one. There was a period of time that when she was really little, I was really, really caught up in having to do all the mommy stuff. And apparently I had to go to see a doctor because I was producing so much estrogen that if I started to talk about my daughter, I'd start crying.
Oh my gosh.
I would just get all choked up,
Yeah.
And I'm like, I went to the doctor going, what the fuck is wrong with me? I can't talk about my daughter without saying. And I was crying in the doctor's office. And he was very amused by the whole thing. And he says, yeah, your estrogen levels are like out of control.
Wow.
And so I had to take testosterone to beef it back up and get me back to being a man again. Because I was such a mom,
Get that
and
man some ball juice. Stat.
Dad, we need 100 cc's of testosterone. And I got to tell you, and this is apparently a true thing that does happen with moms that are having to do both roles, produce more testosterone, and men who are stuck in the role of just being the mom or both produce more estrogen. And it happens.
It does.
Dedicating today to my mom. This photo I put up. That's my mom, and that's me as a little boy.
Polly's
For many
mama.
years,
Look at that.
my family, they wouldn't let me cut my didn't cut my hair until I asked. And basically I was you talk about a mama's boy, and remember the Buster Brown?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They would put me in Buster Brown outfits.
Oh hell yeah.
So there you go. There's
I think you look dead sexy, man. Yeah.
You look that sexy, lad. Oh yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't know if I should be
Hey,
I don't
Polly,
know if I
my
should be creeped
grandfather.
out by a group of men
real quick.
going crazy over a picture of a child.
It's just the mojo, baby.
Yeah, real quick. I'm on my phone, so I'm not even looking at the chat. So if anyone's saying hello to me, I apologize.
No one's saying
hello?
anything about you at all.
Hello, Polly.
Yeah, hello.
Oh no, the
everyone
Catman,
in the
aka
chat.
Dee Meyer, says, "Polly, nice pick."
Yeah.
Other than that,
Hey,
it's
Polly.
just,
Howdy.
Polly,
Polly.
you were cute. What happened?
I got handsome.
Yeah. Hey, Polly, just to let you
Yeah.
know, the Buster Brown thing, my grandfather, that's what he did for a living, he was a shoe cutter. He cut leather for Buster Brown until they went out of business.
wow.
Wow. Beautiful.
And he had, what do you call it, shell shock or PTSD from World War I, and he shook. His hands shook all the time. But the coolest thing would happen the minute you put a knife in either wood or leather in front of him, his hands would come together and stop shaking.
Mm-hmm.
And he would carve and cut. It was amazing to watch him when I was a kid. But yeah, Buster Brown outfit, shorts, a little hat.
Well, hey,
I don't know if
I want
anybody
to
knows
take a
what that
quick
look
break
is.
to say hello to Positive Candor and Captain Trek, and Happy Mother's Day.
Hello.
Hello,
Happy Mother's
Positive
Day.
Candor. Hello, Captain Trek.
Hello.
Greetings.
And happy Mother's
Hello, Captain Trek.
Salutations.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there.
General Kenobi.
The
So, since it seems like the Bad Batch mostly sucks, or it's okay, or you know, whatever, I did want to, because
I loved it.
Gary,
I
I,
loved it too.
I don't know
I
how
loved
much
it.
time we have with you, so I wanted to kind of bounce a couple of ideas off of you. The whole panel, but I wanted to move from one topic to another so that we could make sure and get your input. Have you seen any of For All Mankind?
Yeah,
How much of it have you seen?
I've seen all of it.
And what do you think?
It's woke, but it's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what happens when you get a writer that knows how to fucking create a story and tell a story, understands character arcs, character development, interpersonal relationships, story arc. He's got everything in there. It's a hodgepodge of good storytelling mixed with a little bit of wokeness, but it's wokeness that I can deal with. Because I tell people all the time, you give me a woke story that's written well, I'll fucking watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And I might actually enjoy it, because all I really care about is being told a good story, and that's a goddamn good story. And that is the single, outside of Invincible. Invincible is the best animated season finale I've ever seen, and For All Mankind, single best season finale I've ever seen.
Even better than The Rescue.
Yes. It was so intense. Doomcock even said it, or was it Doomcock? I can't remember. One of those guys said they felt like they were going to have a heart attack watching. I think it was Robert Meyer Burnett. Thought he was going to have a heart attack. He was getting so stressed out.
I was going to
watching
say,
it.
I don't think Doomcock would be able to finish For All Mankind.
But Robert Meyer Burnett and I talked about it, and that was what we were talking about. I'm like, yeah, that was intense.
That must have been what I heard, because I remember hearing that like the second season finale was just like the biggest, coolest thing ever, and that's why
it was horrifying.
I watched it, and I almost stopped about 2 episodes into the second season. I was just like, I'm not sure how much of this relationship stuff I can take.
I fast forward through a lot of that because I get so bored with it.
Yeah, but you never know when there's going to be a plot point or something that drops.
When it's going to be a sex scene, I just skip right past it, because it's not going to be really important to the story. It's going to be important to characters, but I'll get more about those characters when they're talking, not when they're fucking.
Right.
And so
now you tell me.
I fast forward because I'm one of those people that just wants to stay into the meat of the story. Mm-hmm. And when it starts to stray, meander, I go, fast forward. The minute I feel the meandering, I go.
It wasn't the kind of show that made me keep clicking, like sometimes when you're just like, I got to see the next one.
The opening of the season, I'm just going to tell you right now, the opening of season 2 was really boring.
It was slow.
It really was.
It was weak.
It wasn't until you got halfway through that it started getting really good.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. And it was the first of Ronald D. Moore's shows that didn't grab me by the nervous system, and
Well, it's not like Ronald D. Moore's perfect. I mean, yes, he saved Next Generation, then he saved Deep Space Nine, and then he saved Voyager.
And then he created Battlestar Galactica. Blew the
movie was
off.
Great, and the first few seasons were good, but those last 2 seasons,
the first episode 33 was the best episode they had.
The last 2 seasons, in particular, the last season,
it got bogged down with the whole Iraq.
It was just not very good.
Yeah. Actually,
so
you might know about this. He when I guess he was asked about the original Battlestar Galactica, he said it got mired down because it was supposed to be a story about humanity being chased by the Cylons and running from the Cylons, but they got mired down by stopping on this planet, stopping on that planet, and then that's exactly what they did. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. And he was complaining about Glenn A. Larson's show.
It's Glenn A. Larson he was good for television, regular shows, but he did not know how to write science fiction.
No.
And that was where he needed to bring in actual sci-fi writers, and he didn't do it. It failed where Star Trek succeeded. Star Trek brought in some of the best science fiction writers at the time.
Yeah.
As did the Twilight Zone, the original Twilight Zone. And this is what's causing the failure of a lot of these shows today, from Discovery to the new Twilight Zone. They bring in people that don't know shit about science fiction, that don't know how to write, anthology stories.
Speaking of which, on my other show, one of my other shows, Masters of the Genre, I spoke with Mark Scott Zicree for a couple hours, and he's, of course, the author of the Twilight Zone Companion. And I didn't know that he has produced every version of the Twilight Zone since the original, and of course the most recent one. He's been a producer on the Laserdisc version, the VHS version, the DVDs, and of course the Blu-rays. And he does an hour commentary track on the 2002 Blu-rays that came out, which are just, mind-blowing. They're great.
Yeah, and that's really cool. But going back to Ronald D. Moore, another failure, he did that sci-fi series for that looked like it was going to be like The Thing, because he was originally involved with The Thing.
Oh, really?
And eventually that evolved into him doing his own series for sci-fi, where they're down in the Arctic and all that stuff. And it started out really good. And then it got towards the last 3 episodes of the season, and they lost me.
What was it called?
Season. I forget the name of the show. It was
it's that easy to forget, huh?
Yeah, because I was not impressed with it.
Chat, can you help us out?
It was a sci-fi series that dealt with a biological event down in the Arctic. And it had a Japanese actor that usually plays a samurai. In fact, he's in Mortal Kombat. And
the new one?
Yeah, the new one. He plays a scientist that disappears, and
Helix?
they're investigating. It's got Helix. That was it.
Helix?
Yeah, Helix. It started out really good. I'm like, holy shit, this is good.
But it didn't know where it was going.
And then it got goofy at the end, and then the second season was just so derailed from what they were doing in the first season. I'm like, I'm out.
So what do you think, that he trusted some other writers to?
I think he's a really good idea guy. And I think that he really does grasp when he steps in with something, and he can help write the train. But when it comes to his own project, I think he has a problem with that. And that's why I worry about For All Mankind.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, can he keep the train upright, or is it going to get derailed like the last one? The Helix was just ridiculous. That's why I didn't get a 3rd season. Everybody dropped out watching it, going, this isn't going where I wanted it to go.
Yeah, which it sounds to me a little bit like Lost. I tried really, really hard when Lost came out to like it and to watch it. But after 6 episodes, I couldn't do it anymore.
I did the same thing. I think it was about 6 episodes for me, and I was like, I'm done.
And let's say hello to my good friend Jace.
Hello. Hey, Jace.
What's up, man?
How are you guys?
Hey, Jace.
Good.
Yeah. I just got home since I was at the gas station.
Well,
hey, I got your.
I bet while you were there, you picked up some Monster, huh?
Yeah. You know me too well right now. I had to be ready.
Hey, Jace, I got your friend request on Facebook and added you.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You bet.
Let's see. And happy Mother's Day for the people who has a mother, and
yes, mothers and
fathers,
sisters that have kids, and aunts, and all, fathers that were mothers, and everybody.
Yeah, that's my dad. My dad was both for me, so
There you go.
I don't have a, I can say that this I don't have a mother in that way. She was an asshole. And she's not a part of my life. So
hey, at least you call it like you see it.
Oh yeah, fuck her.
That's the important part.
So he was my mom and dad at the same time. So I'm happy.
So Jace, have you seen For All Mankind?
No, I haven't. Just heard about it.
Adrian apparently will really like it.
Is it woke?
Yeah, it's pretty woke. I don't know with Gary with For All Mankind and with Helix. Do you think that he took his hand off of the wheel too much, or
because he's still the EP and showrunner? He's going to have a lot of control, but he's still dealing with a studio, so it's hard to tell what's going on.
Well, with Apple TV, don't you think that he's got more control than with like a, say, NBC or CBS?
I would say so. You would think so. I do like that he got a better budget for season 2 than he had on season 1. That's why you saw more effects in season 2. But with that budget came, I'm sure, plenty of requests for wokeness. And I believe that it's, of course, Apple that requested that. And that's why
I'm
we
sure.
got so much.
Half of the cast must be of this race, half of them must be of this gender, half of them must be of this sex, half of them must be of this sexual orientation.
There are scenes, and it's funny because you watch a scene, and it's an absolute flip of what you would have seen in the actual 80s with NASA, where there were shots on the show where the only people on camera were women.
Yeah.
And I was watching.
I remember a shot specifically where there were 4 women.
Yeah, they were at the command center.
Yeah,
and there's a shot, and the only people
like
you
1,
see
2, 3, 4,
are women,
just like that.
And then it cuts to an angle, and you see one dude, that fat dude, sitting at the control panel, and he turns around and he commends the girl for being a jackass. I don't want to tell you. I don't want to spoil it if people want to watch it. It was just, I thought it was a fun scene because she looks like kind of an ass. It seemed to me
like you could have told this story all 2 seasons, all
in
20
4
episodes.
In 4 1-hour episodes. You could have told the entire story.
You could have done it in a feature-length film, really.
And is episodic television was designed really to tell a bottle episode. Every episode was its own story. Now they could be interconnected, but people seem to have lost that ability to do that anymore.
Since
so we keep
DS9, it seems like it's all the arc has to do with the season. Yeah,
and what I liked about when you see some of the better shows that are going, where like. I'm trying to think of a good example, and I can't think. Polly, help me here.
I want to know where
it's a good show right now where they do
Carnival Row is.
I'm going to bet that got delayed because of part of it was shot overseas. Yeah, and so overseas is going to have lots of fucking delays.
Yeah,
but when you've got an episode that tells its own story, it's sort of like, I'm going to use my own graphic novel as an example, Vindicated Inc. In Vindicated Inc., I have a story arc for the whole graphic novel, but each chapter, which is also 20 to 24 pages long, just like a comic, because I want to be able to release them individually, you have each chapter has its own story. It has a beginning, its own arc, and then it's connected still to the greater arc. And that's what I was taught about good storytelling, especially episodic storytelling. And we don't see enough of that today. Instead, we see an episode ending in a way. I've seen episodes end like that. Wait, you're ending it there?
The feelings of the week.
Oh my fucking God! Why would you end it there?
People talking to each other in hallways about their feelings.
Yeah,
and things like that. Yeah,
I have not seen the show yet, but it's on my list.
Oh,
I remember.
I'm going to tell you, watch it. Enjoy it for the writing, because it's really got great writing in it. Great dialogue.
And I was really glad that what's his name from Altered Carbon was in it.
Yeah, and Orlando Bloom is in it.
Orlando is?
I don't think he is. No.
No.
In Carnival Row,
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry.
We're talking about
yeah.
Oh, okay, I
For All
guess it is.
Mankind.
For All Mankind. Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
what's the name of the guy that was the main character in Altered Carbon? You know who I'm talking about. The guy who's the main character in For All Mankind.
Yes. Hold on a second. I'll get it for you. It's Joel Kinnaman.
Joel Kinnaman.
And
I love him.
I like the idea of season 2, but they made a huge mistake by not bringing him back.
Well, he was back, just he wasn't
Not
in
really.
very much.
No.
He wasn't in very much.
I refer to that as no, not really. He was like, oh, he comes back. Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah. It was like cameos.
Joel Kinnaman is what sold that show.
Well, it's the same thing that sold Altered Carbon. And for Altered Carbon, man, he got ripped.
Yeah, season 1, right?
He was huge. And I mean, just and
the only reason we went to see his RoboCop movie was because of him. It was not a very good film, but the reason why anybody did go was because of him. He's got a good little fan base. He's got a nice fan. I'm part of his fan base. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
I hated him on the very first time I ever saw him in anything.
What was that?
And it was because I didn't hate him. I hated his character.
Oh, and he was good at it.
He was so good at it that I hated him.
You remember what it was?
Yeah. It was The Killing.
And I have to say,
and I became a fan because of it.
I don't think I've seen it.
The other fun part with him is that he's also half Swedish.
Yes. In fact, he's in a Russian film.
Yeah, I've seen him in a Swedish movie, so that's like how I remember him. Like,
yeah, he speaks fluent Swedish, and it's really, I like the guy. And he was in this movie, this Russian film. I'm trying to remember, it was an alien invasion. Oh my God, what was the name of it? Came out in the 2000s.
I might have seen that actually.
I'm going to look for it right now. It's called. Oh my God! And he's also in Hannah, the TV series. Another woke show that I still enjoy.
Polly says bye, everybody.
I got that.
Okay.
The Darkest Hour.
Yeah, The Darkest Hour. Yeah.
Not a very good sci-fi film, but a fun film. And once again, I enjoyed his character in that film.
Do you recommend it, or do you recommend not seeing it?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you got a chance to see it, don't pay for it. Don't pay for it.
What's it called?
It's called The Darkest Hour. It's an alien invasion. This group of people are over in Russia. It was produced in Russia, Russia, by a Russian production company in tandem with a company in either Europe or England. I can't remember. And so they shot scenes. From what I understand, some of it was shot in Russian and some of it was reshot in English.
Did he have to speak Russian for it?
No, but I think he speaks Swedish in it.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I could not tell any accent, but then again, I am. Oh,
he's accent neutral. He is accent neutral.
Yeah, but I'm frequently fooled by Brits that are speaking with a neutral accent as well. So, for instance,
look, I'm going to be as shitty to them as they are when an American does an English accent. Fuck them. They're nasally when they do English American accents.
Well,
Australians
the good ones aren't. You know, I mean,
I catch it all the time.
We had one of the biggest Norwegian actors.
When I saw Reign of Fire, I thought that Christian Bale was British. Everything after that, I thought he was American, and he just did a really good British accent.
He does,
but he's a Brit.
He's Welsh, and he talks a lot. You'll hear a lot of air come through.
Is that like one of the dialect coaches?
They do better at Southern. The reason why is Southern, the American Southern accent.
There is a little bit
it derives from the Old English.
Yes,
and people are like, why do Englishmen have such an easier time doing a Southern accent? And I'm like, that's why.
Yeah,
and when they try to, I do think they do pretty good with New York accents.
I was just going to say that.
But when I hear an Englishman doing just an accent neutral accent, like me. The way I talk, I don't have an accent. You can't tell where the fuck I'm from. And I'm from the South. I'm from the South.
Yeah, but you live in a big city.
Now I do. But I grew up in a small town in Virginia. Yeah. And all my friends talk like this.
Right.
Hey, boy, what you doing? one of my closest friends. He's like, "Hey, girl, let's go hunting." All right,
Yeah.
but you'll hear it every once in a while, like when I'm
So
really
you
tired.
respond to that when he calls
Yeah.
you girl?
Gurry,
Oh, I
Oh.
was a girl.
Gurry,
I thought it's a girl too. Yeah.
hey, Gurry, hey, Gurry. One of my childhood best friends, who I'm still close to, that's what he still calls me, Gurry, and like Gurry Gnu,
Mm.
because that's what he called me, Gurry Gnu.
As long as he doesn't identify you as a tree.
Yeah.
Then it's fine.
But then because I have no accent, but
Yeah.
when
No,
I'm
your accent's
tired,
pretty neutral.
when I'm really tired, I say tired. I'm tired,
Yeah.
and you'll hear it come out, and I'll go, "How y'all doing?"
Right.
And that's
One
I
thing
just
I've
relax.
noticed about people that are from somewhere else, whether they're overseas or from
Yeah,
Virginia
like
or
me.
the South or whatever, is
I
that
have some accent.
when they start talking about the place that they're from, their accent will start to slip back to their native accent.
It'll happen.
Or
happens.
if they have to raise, like especially with actors, if they have to raise their voice and scream, it'll give away, like it's a dead giveaway, that they're a Brit, or like Charlize Theron, is a
Mm.
wherever the hell she's from, South Africa, whatever.
Yeah. My brother
Yeah.
Jose owns a chain of restaurants up in the greater northwest, and he
You mean
had
like Portland or
Portland and around Seattle, and
cool?
he was going to be catering a VFW event, and I was in the army, and because I was stationed up there, I met with my brother Stephen, and I went over to meet Jose, and we helped him cater the event. But I was exhausted because I've been doing soldier shit all fucking day,
Mm-hmm.
and so I walk up to this table, and there's this retired master sergeant sitting there with his hat with all the pins in his rank, and his wife sitting across from him, and it was all Mexican food. So I walked over and I said, "Y'all need a refill on the chips and salsa drinks?" And she looks at me. She goes, "Y'all, where are you from?" I said, "Virginia, ma'am." And I was really fucking tired, so I said, "Virginia, ma'am, ma'am, ma'am." Hear it? And she says, "Oh, what a quaint accent. Say something else." Can I get you something fucking else?
Yeah, is that what
And
you said?
that's what I said. Her
Yeah,
husband fucking lost his shit laughing.
I bet.
He just started laughing so fucking hard, and she got this look. Her hand went to her chest. She goes, "Oh no, we're fine." Because
Clutching her
there's
pearls.
nothing quaint about me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not one fucking thing.
Yeah.
I'm a giant human being.
Yeah. No, we have like this big Norwegian actor named Axel Hennie. In Norwegian, it's Axel Henning. He has
Would you
played.
say that again slowly?
Axel Henning.
Axel Henning.
The last
Yeah.
name?
Henning, like
Henning.
Doug Henning.
There's not
Yeah.
an L in there somewhere?
No.
Okay.
No, but
Cool.
he played with The Rock in Hercules. He was on the 24 series, Pioneer. He had this movie Headhunters. He was in Age of Heroes, The Martian, The Cloverfield Paradox, actually.
Mhm.
Yep.
I've
And
seen
he
The
wa-
Martian and the Cloverfield Paradox.
Yeah, and he
What
also
a terrible movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he also played one of the most interesting Norwegian movies that we have, and that's about the murders in Congo. And it's about two Norwegian people that traveled to Congo and did some really sketchy stuff, and they got captured, and they were there for many years. Ended up with one of the persons that was with him, his best friend, ended his life down in Congo in prison.
Wow.
And
Did you say in prison?
Yeah, they got captured. The real people. The movie's based on a real story.
Oh, I see.
Were they
And,
captured by the Congolese or who they captured
Yeah,
by?
they kind of fucked up when you understand who shot one of the people there, and they kind of were like a little force. They did something sketchy. There were a lot of questions of what they. There were really big questions of what they really did down there, and Axel, like. He's a really dedicated actor because he traveled down to Congo with the team and talked with the guy who still lives that was in prison, and he did some illegal stuff. He was had a tape, so he taped it when he talked to the guy, so he could like work on his accent, work on how he's gonna act, how he's gonna talk, doing everything like that. And he also lost weight in the movie, so much weight that if he didn't get help, he could be hospitalized. But he really
Wow.
took that character and really want to show the world who this this person really is. And the
Mhm.
person is a really fucked up guy.
It sounds like a very devoted actor.
Oh yeah,
to
he
his
also
craft.
broke one of his teeth. He took Botox, a little bit Botox in his face, and implanted some hair on the face, on his hair, and really went hard on the character, and like really
Here,
dedicated actor.
I'm sharing a
Wow.
photo of him so you can see who he is.
Some actors go a little too extreme when it comes to
I
devoting
don't know.
themselves
I
to
mean,
their art.
they're really. Oh yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, that's Axel. He is also one of the most funniest comedy people in Norway. Done a
You
lot
know
of
what's
good comedy.
funny? A lot of comedians end up being very good dramatic actors because, as it turns out, comedy acting is some of the hardest thing to do.
Well, comedy itself derives usually from pain,
Yes,
and
either one's own pain or laughing at somebody else's.
as funny as Brian Regan is, when you really listen to what he's talking about the shit he hates and the people that he gets annoyed with. That's where his comedy comes from, and most
Mhm.
comedy does. I mean, I did stand-up comedy, and
Oh, you did?
I did it back in the 80s. I opened for the Fabulous Thunderbirds, and
Oh, cool.
but they're also why I quit, because there was so much cocaine behind the stage
Mm.
that I freaked out, because I was
I
a
understand
Catholic.
in some places it was just
You
like
didn't
given to the
angels.
comedians, the bands. It was just like, here
Well,
you go.
cocaine was everywhere in the 80s,
Yeah,
man.
and no charge. It's part of the green room,
Yeah, and it's like, no thanks. I was like this. I was an
Well,
altar boy in many ways.
welcome.
As filthy as my mouth is.
Yeah,
Welcome to the team. Here's your complimentary package of cocaine. Have a nice
Right.
day.
Yeah. Try not to do too much on stage.
One of my jokes. Here's one of my stand-up jokes right here. You're not officially gay until you enjoy it.
Now in Norway we have this joke that it ain't gay before the balls touch.
Yeah, it's what was
Positive
in the-
candor, Captain Trek. Do either of you want to get in on any of this stuff before we maybe move along on to a different topic? Has our conversation moved you, or are you okay where you are?
I think they're asleep. We
Okay.
we lulled them to sleep.
I mean,
Good deal.
I will admit, I
okay,
almost nodded off myself. Right?
yeah. I mean,
What's sleep?
yeah, it was. I'm enjoying For All Mankind for what it is so far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
How
you
much have
got-
you seen?
So this is how it
all
looked
of
at
it.
the end of the movie.
I've seen all of it. So the last episode was
Wow.
pretty sad.
Oh.
What happened?
And we-
Porn.
no,
like
it's
it was
not.
spoiled.
No, it's just
Are,
only.
are you
But,
talking about For All Mankind?
Yeah,
Yeah.
The last
The-
episode was pretty sad with what
Last
happened.
episode of the second season.
Yeah,
What about it?
yeah. Well, it was pretty sad with the two. Well, I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to spoil
Right.
it, but
Yeah.
with what happened in it,
Mm-hmm.
and but yeah,
Oh yeah, I
mean,
cried like a baby. I cried like a fucking baby.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm.
I couldn't stop crying over two things that happened. I don't want to say what it was.
I tell you what, guys. I was like this the whole time. I was like,
You're a cold motherfucker.
well, I was just like, when I saw that it was woke, I was like, okay, first of all, Ronald D. Moore also woke. So then I was like, okay, when are we going to get past this woke shit and get on with the good stuff? And it was
Yeah.
it was just like you said, Gary. It was like, Apple told him, check this and make sure this happens and do
Check
that.
boxes, yeah.
And it's like, you could have just taken all that out and had a really interesting, like you said, 4 or 5 episode,
Well, yeah, it's
limited
the
series.
whole series. You brought that up, and I'm like, yeah, I agree. The entire story arc could have been done in 4 1-hour episodes.
If 5, if you wanted to fluff it out a little, yeah.
But it's just I still will say this: it's well written. It's got great dialogue in it. The drama, it doesn't come across as fake like you get on CW.
I guess I just expected more of Ronald D. Moore, but I don't know why. In this day and age, if he wants to make a living, he's got to have to bend the knee too, right?
You really have to in this current system if you want to work with studios. That's why I like working outside the studios. I don't work with major publishers right now. I stopped working with them the minute I saw what was happening. I stopped working with the publisher.
Did anybody ask you to do anything, or did you just see it coming?
Yeah, I still do, minor jobs if I get asked to do it, but I don't want to work on anything major for any major studio again or publisher.
At least until it passes
the only
over.
one I still do work with is IDW, and because I'm close friends with, like, best friends with the senior writer for IDW,
Cool.
Tom Waltz. He's one of my closest and oldest friends.
Hey man, get me some work. I have so many really good science fiction writer friends that can't get read by anybody, and as an editor, I'm like, I don't know where to send you.
I'll say the same thing because I've done a lot of comic panels at conventions. And with Hawkins, all of them, I've talked with some of the top guys, and they all agree with me when I say this. If you're a good writer, find an artist, make your own fucking book, publish it yourself.
Yeah.
Don't go to another publisher. You're not getting any money when you do that.
Yeah.
Publish it your fucking self. And
show them what you got.
Show people what you got. Exactly. Yeah. Because conventions don't give a shit about writers. They love them, but you'll hardly ever see
they're there for the artists
going there, because why? Comic artists, we can doodle on a napkin
and sign.
What the fuck is a writer going to do?
Right.
The only thing they can do is sign.
Well, the writer will talk in Hall H.
That's all. And the problem is, and I've seen this happen because I've got comic writer friends that this has happened to. Where do they go to a show, and if they don't have enough wares with them, nobody goes to their fucking table. And their dance card doesn't get filled up. Now, Chuck Dixon, who's a very good friend of mine, that guy always has people.
What's he done?
Chuck Dixon?
Yeah.
He
co-created. I've been out of the comics field.
He co-created Bane with Graham Nolan, who's also one of my closest friends. And Graham and he created Bane together. And in fact, they're going to be our guests on Pop Culture Minefield on June 4th, I think.
Wow. You guys schedule far out.
Because I've got a lot of friends in the film and comic industry, so I'm always inviting them on the show going, fuck it, what's the use of being friends with you if I don't have you on my damn show?
I like that. I'm going to use that.
And then I get to shit on them on the show because I do it. You've heard me do it.
Have some of you guys seen the new TV show Jupiter's Legacy? That's based on the Mark Millar comic.
I've not watched it yet. Now, I'm not a big fan of Mark Millar. I think that he
used to be good.
He's like the poor man's.
He's made some good stuff. Like one of my favorite is Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis was good. I actually enjoyed Jackass. I mean, not Jackass. Kick-Ass.
Yeah, Kick-Ass. Yeah.
But
they made a movie of that, right?
There's two. The first one's good. The first one's good. The second one's like, meh.
Yeah, it's just like a popcorn flick. Just shut your mind off and just watch it. And
yeah, it's like I'm not a Jim Carrey
the new Mortal
fan.
Kombat movie, though.
I have never really been a Jim Carrey fan when he tries to stretch himself into something that, like, I enjoy him when he does what he does natural.
I thought he was great in Man on the Moon. Man in the Moon, movie. Whatever.
I hated it. I hated it.
I didn't like it when I saw it in the theater, but it really grew on me.
Oh, like mold.
And another one that I didn't expect to like, but I ended up liking was The Mask, and they said that he saved the special effects department $1 million by what he was able to do with his face. And if you look at his early stand-up when he does imitations of people, he really changes his facial muscles.
He does.
Well, he was given the nickname, I think, Rubber Face, something like that, because his face is so pliable,
malleable, yeah. But I think that he actually stood in front of a mirror and had to build up eyebrow muscles and muscles that most of us don't really ever use. Yeah, like
you know
that.
What I'm doing? I've been doing that since I was a teen, And when I saw him do that, I think in 1989, I'm like, holy shit, he does that better than I can.
Yeah.
Oh! I was
He's
like,
a
pissed.
very talented guy at
Yes.
some things.
Like I did enjoy him in the Sonic movie.
Oh, he was
Oh,
great in that's
Yeah,
I haven't
that's his
seen that.
element.
yeah.
That's his element.
It has to feel
Me,
natural.
myself, and Irene is to this day my favorite comedy he did.
Yeah.
In
What do you
fact,
think
when
about the sequel that's going to be coming out?
But you
When
know,
my-
like the Truman Show, just
I enjoyed it, it was okay, but it was
didn't get it, didn't care.
he was just not right for the character.
That's probably true.
It's a Twilight Zone episode. The whole
Yeah.
movie is just one long Twilight Zone
But
episode.
it's also just like a dead giveaway from the very beginning. You know.
What you guys think about that number? Was it number 13? The movie was named.
Hated it.
Number 13.
That was when
hated
he
it.
played. He tried to play serious for the first time, like really like a more serious
It's,
movie.
Oh,
It was
it's a
a
Jim
thriller.
Carrey movie.
It was a
yeah.
psychological thriller, and it just fell flat with me.
Yeah. Now, what about this TV series that he's supposed to be doing?
The Mr. Rogers ripoff one, I hated. I hope that thing
He's
ended.
got the puppet or whatever.
Yeah, it's fucking garbage. I hated it.
Yeah.
Hey, Cardinal, you got someone saying goodbye to you.
What's it called?
It's a Latino slant. Polly! Polly's in the chat saying bye.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Ordering tacos.
He had
Well,
to,
come on
he had
back,
to out
man.
when he was. Yeah.
Come on back.
Yeah,
You've
because
got
I got
the
to
link.
bail. I got to bail here probably in about
You
10
have
minutes.
the link. Gary has to go. Polly,
Come back, Polly.
Bring the
Come back.
slam.
What do you guys think about
He's having
Amazon
tacos.
pulling Heart of the Jedi off of their selling list?
Oh, did they already do that? God,
yeah.
It was just announced
I know,
today.
I know.
Yeah, I
dude.
heard about it earlier.
I
What
wanted
do
to
you
buy the
expect?
fucking book when I got my payments, but no, of course they're gonna fucking do that before I get my fucking payments.
Oh, now they're going to be on eBay for $300, $500.
Yeah, that's a couple thousand for
I'm so
a
pissed I
couple
didn't get
thousand
my.
krones for Jace.
yeah.
The
it's gonna be a
next
lot
thing I
for
was
me.
going to order, because I ordered Boba Fett. I'll be getting that in June. Too late for my birthday, but it's still my personal birthday gift for myself.
Happy
And-
birthday.
And yeah, it's 10 days. 10 days I'll be 57. And I had to think,
Wow, really?
You'll be 35 again.
yeah, I'm not one of those people. I fucking love aging. I'm enjoying myself as I grow older. I become more of a dick the older I get. It's like, oh,
Yeah, but
I
it's
woke up
allowed
and I
because
said
you're
something.
older.
You know, I said
I'm
something to
always
somebody and I went, wow, man, I didn't even think about what I just said before I said it. I like that.
And people have to respect their elders.
Like
Hmm.
last night, I had this private conversation with it's not private, with Fat Steven Seagal. And
Who's
was-
also been invited, and
he's one of my
isn't
best
here.
friends. We talk a lot. We
Yeah,
talk
he's
a
awesome.
Good guy.
lot.
He's a super good guy, dude.
I love Fat
He is.
Steven, dude.
Same, dude.
I know his real name. I won't say it.
He's
don't-
hilarious.
That's what happened. Okay, so we were talking, and he says, well, "You know how I am, the shtick that I do," and I said, "Yeah, it's amusing. It's not funny. It's amusing." And he goes, "What?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Are you being serious?" I went, "Have you ever seen me laugh at anything you said? Anything?" He goes, "No." I went, "I don't find you funny, but I find you amusing. The reason I keep you around is our conversations are so fucking good." And he goes, "Thank you."
Now, were you just fucking with him, or was this for
No,
real?
I don't find him funny.
Yeah.
I don't.
I think he's
Co-
funny.
Comedy is very. I'm very esoteric with my humor.
Yeah,
And-
tastes are different.
Yeah, so I grew up on Monty Python. I grew up
Mhm.
on
Love
Paul
Monty
Lynn,
Python.
Don Rickles.
Blackadder.
My comedy comes a lot from Don Rickles.
Oh, really?
And,
Yeah. Well, he
Norm
was-
Macdonald is a huge impact on me when I was younger.
Those guys are both kind of like, I'm a dick, but I'm a funny dick, so it's cool.
Yeah, and
You
that's
know.
why if you notice, one of the things I do is I shit on people,
Mhm.
but then I go, yeah, but you're a good guy.
Yeah. You'll be
Yeah.
okay. You're all
Extra,
right.
and then a pat on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
'Cause
Okay,
both
so,
Don Rickles
um,
and Norm Macdonald did that shit. Shit on
since
somebody,
you have to leave
then
us soon,
compliment them.
how much more does the EU matter now than when it came out?
It is more important than it ever has been.
Mm-hmm. Why?
And even though I don't know much about it, I have known for years of its existence. I just wasn't interested much in it. I got some of the audiobooks and I half listened to them. The one I got was with
and this is
Prince
a question
Zizor.
for
What
the
was
panel, by the way. Also,
Heir to the Empire, or no,
Air
Shadows of the
Shadow
Empire.
Shadows of the
Shadows,
Empire.
Air.
I bought the soundtrack because I fucking loved it. Remember, they sold a separate soundtrack for that. I bought the audiobook for it. And I kind of liked a lot of that was in there. I liked the characters.
Was it a like a radio drama? Did it have a full cast?
No, it was
just narrated.
I was reading the book. And the version I got was not the full book. It was slightly truncated.
There was also a companion game to go along with it that you play.
I never played it, but I remember that too.
Shadow of the Empire was
Rendar.
several different
media.
Yes.
There's
the
a
EU
comic,
is going to be vital.
audio, book, and video game.
Interesting.
Even if they don't adapt it, the EU is important because they have established characters in the EU. They're bringing Thrawn in.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
they've already brought Thrawn back with
brought in.
Yeah.
Rebels.
Thrawn was in Rebels.
In movies or in
Rebels.
Rebels.
They're talking about a live action version on the Star Wars TV shows. We're going to see a live action version of him.
Did they sell? Did they sell like Blu-rays of that or DVDs of that?
Of what?
I mean, of that stuff. If I go on eBay,
Rebels.
Yeah, Rebels has.
They're all released.
Yeah.
Okay.
With toothpick lightsabers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like their lightsabers on Rebels. I didn't even like the style.
The animation style seems a little weird.
I didn't like the art, which is the way they were designed.
Yeah, they also tried to draw upon Ralph McQuarrie's art a little bit in this series, which cool and all, but it's
it's not him.
Well, we've seen how his artwork has been used and backfired before. Discovery ship was based on his original design.
They really should
for the refit of the Enterprise, and it was terrible. It was a terrible design in the 70s. I remember as a kid looking at it going, "Oh, that's awful."
Well, that's what Discovery does with fucking everything, man. They just take rejected ideas. Since 2009, Bad Robot, Hidden Closet, whatever the fucking thing is called. They take rejected ideas that didn't work originally in Star Trek, and then they put them in, and they think that it's cool. And
one of the things I didn't enjoy with Rebels is first off, I wasn't a big fan of them continuing to let Ahsoka live. I wish she would have died on Malachor at the hands of Darth Vader. I didn't like how the duel between Obi-Wan and Maul was so short, just 2 swings and he's dead. I did not enjoy that.
It went too fast, and it wasn't exciting at all.
Who is dead?
Maul.
Huh?
Yeah, Obi-Wan killed him.
Yeah,
they just killed
Maul.
him.
Maul followed the main character.
Yeah.
Maul followed the main character Ezra Bridger to Tatooine, and Maul threatened Luke. And Obi-Wan's like, "Okay, you're not leaving this planet alive."
Yeah.
And it was basically most of the lead up to the duel was them gesturing, and then 2 swings and a hit, and he's dead.
That's pretty lame.
Yeah.
Yes.
The excuse that everyone's giving is that, it's supposed to be like a real sword duel. Real sword duels don't last forever. And it's just like, I don't
care.
I don't care. I want to see a lightsaber duel, not 2 old men gesturing with their swords.
Right.
And then it was cool that they kind of gave the origin of the Y-Wings, how the Rebel Alliance got the Y-Wings, but they didn't give the origin to the X-Wings. And I didn't like the sound effects of X-Wings blasters. They did not use the same sound that you would hear in the movies. They sounded like...
I wonder why.
It was just like, why are you using that sound? That's not an X-Wing. That's not how the X-Wing sounds when they fire.
Right.
And
it's the guy line hitting the guy line sped up.
Yeah. They didn't use that sound effect. It was weird. And I mean, going back to how the Rebel Alliance got the X-Wings is that in the EU, it was explained that Rebel Alliance needed a new starfighter to compete with the TIE fighter, because they were mostly using this is before they used A-Wings, and then they kind of used A-Wings as the main fighter for the Alliance.
Older
Rebels.
supply ships or something?
They were using Z95 headhunters, which basically look like X-Wings. They kind of look like X-Wings, but the wings are fixed and they're horizontal. There's only two of them. There's horizontal. They don't split anything. It's just
right.
Just imagine
like a plane.
Yeah, basically, just imagine X-Wing fuselage with two horizontal wings. That's basically about it. And it was the people that would make the X-Wing is the same people that made the headhunters. But the headhunters were just not able to keep up with, especially the maintenance wasn't able to keep up with the TIE fighters. So the Rebel Alliance got into contact with Incom, which is the company that produces both the head.
Oh wow! Now we're really going a deep cut.
Yes, the Incom, which produces it produces the headhunters, the X-Wings, and also the T-16 Skyhoppers that Luke flies when he's living on Tatooine. So that's how Luke kind of knew how to fly in X-Wings, because he already knew kind of the layout, because he was flying around in the Skyhopper. And
the prototype.
No, it wasn't a prototype. It was just like
same control system.
Your civilian, yeah. And so the Rebel Alliance got into contact with Incom and said, "Is there anything lying around that you'd be willing to give us?" And they said, "Oh yeah, we have these starfighters that the Empire kind of rejected. So because they're too expensive. So here you go. Yeah, that's the headhunter."
Interesting.
And in fact, actually, Luke's.
It looks like a cross between an X-wing and a Viper.
Yeah, in a sense.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. The cockpit and nose.
If I'm not mistaken, it also moved down the line from a ship that they were using in Clone Wars.
It is. It is. Yeah. It is the same.
I can't remember the name of that ship.
It is Z95. Or are you talking about the Torrent starfighters?
Not the Torrents.
Well, there was the
double seated ships that were used in the Battle of
Coruscant. The Arc 170 starfighters.
Yep.
Yeah, those were attack fighters. Those were basically like the successor of the B wings, the Y wings.
Oh, they were prior.
Well, in the new canon, the Y wings came first. Then the Arc 170s took over as attack fighters, as the next generation.
Thrilling.
But even Luke's wife in the EU, Mara Jade, her personal starfighter was a headhunter that she modified.
That's interesting. Now, before I go, I wanted to share one thing with you about that lightsaber battle between Maul and Obi-Wan that I did like. And can I show without the audio?
Yes, without the audio. Yes.
All right, I'm going to share the.
You know what I'll get a strike for and what I want.
Here you go.
Just not anything like what happened with the Echo Base Network yesterday.
Okay, so basically, right here you see him doing your standard Obi-Wan pose.
Right.
That is Obi-Wan's stance. What he does next is what I caught and a few other people caught, but nobody else did. It was like went way under the radar. Is he changes his handling of the sword, and the position he takes is Qui-Gon Jinn's.
Oh,
he takes Qui-Gon's stance. Get ready. Boom. That's Qui-Gon's stance that he took with him in his final moments with Darth Maul. And that causes him to shift his stance here. And I thought that was interesting that was thrown in there.
They're trying to stare each other down.
Yep. Yeah. It's your standard samurai battle. Because in a real samurai fight, there's usually no more than 2 swings.
That is fast.
And the one thing that people point out is that Maul tried to use the same takeout that he tried to do on Qui-Gon.
Yep.
That smacking his lightsaber into Obi-Wan's face, so Obi-Wan ducked and brought down his lightsaber, defeating him.
Yeah, and it's great. And I enjoyed that, but I wanted to see more of a fight. But I do have to
Yeah.
say,
Same.
it was
Probably pause
closer
it.
to a samurai. It's
There you
closer to a samurai fight
It does
than
have echoes of samurai. Yeah.
because when the samurai would fight, like Miyamoto Masashi, I remember reading where he beat a guy in one single arcing move. Don't know
Yeah.
how he did it because
There was also a move where it came out of the sheath and immediately was a strike.
yeah, well, that's just it. It was not just a strike. He returned it to his sheath, and it was still considered one movement.
Right. That's
I don't know how you do that without, because it's called breaking your wrist. When you flip the wrist,
mhm.
it's called breaking the wrist. And he didn't. That's because when you break the wrist, it becomes a second move.
Mm.
And so in the literature,
Oh,
it
so he
says
must have like done it right into his throat, brought it around and back
somehow
into
got it back into the sheath
the.
and or scabbard.
Yeah.
It
Fully
just,
utilizing your shoulder and your elbow without repositioning your wrist.
I don't know any expert yet who has been able to explain how he did it, but he did it because it's recorded history.
Yeah.
And it's like, how the fuck did he do that?
I noticed that Kronos was asking about T16. This is what a T16 looks
I have
like.
Oh, that's
This is
cool
the one
looking.
Luke referenced
Yeah,
when he was talking about bullseyeing womp rats.
I
Yeah, and
see. Okay.
in the back of the couple scenes in I think Attack of the Clones and also in A New Hope, you'll see it's
in
sitting
the background.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me a lot of the Imperial,
Shuttle.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
But those damn lightsaber styles.
Sanar and Incom were
Rebels.
both. Sanar and Incom were both
you'll
supplying
see
the.
Luke holding a model of the T16 in his hands.
Were the now
Proving
this is
he's
a
a
question for
nerd.
anyone. Were the
He's a
people that
nerd,
were
yeah.
supplying the ships and the weapons and stuff to the Empire and the Rebellion the same companies or?
I mean, they would have their official models that they would hand out to the Empire, but that's because they were kind of forced to.
Mm-hmm.
But also, they would kind of like secretly, kind of like, here you go, let's kind of give you kind of something in the background. But primarily, mostly Incom, Mon Cala drives. Sometimes Kuat, Corellia engineering. They would kind of
the big Corellian ships now.
They would kind of secretly kind of shimmy things over to the rebels as best they can without making it too obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly Kuat and Sinar drives would like give their stuff to the Empire, and that's where mostly Kuat and Sinar would get their tech. Sinar.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do if the Empire doesn't like it? You just stop selling them ships, right?
You couldn't do that because if you try to do anything like that, the Empire would say, no, we're stepping in and we're taking charge.
I guess that's true.
The Empire nationalized a lot of things when they took over the galaxy. They nationalized the banks. That's why the Intergalactic Banking Clan kind of like disappeared overnight when the Empire rose.
Oh
and
man,
stuff like that.
I'm getting like EU overload today from Captain Trek's. I can't even know what these are called now. Live stream to this one. I'm getting an EU overload here. Let's see what we have. Positive candor. Out of here. Okay.
And I need to split, so I wanted to thank you for having me on again, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for being here. Where can we find more of your stuff online?
Well, you can always find my crap over on Facebook and on Twitter at just look up at Pop Cul Minefield on Twitter, or on Facebook. You can find us under Pop Culture Minefield.
And you have a podcast, correct?
Yes. Our just go to YouTube and it's Pop Culture Minefield, and you can watch our videos. It's we got a panel. We have a regular panel. Fat Steven Seagal, Yeti, T-shirted script
See,
doctor.
that's all the people that I want on my panel. Those three guys.
We have such a good rapport with each other, and we enjoy each other's company that we just started doing shows together. And we're building an audience that seems to like the fact that I'm a crotchety old dude that's bound to say something rude to somebody. And And I'm also going to be doing a stream here soon called Dangerous Nerds, which also can be found on Facebook, Dangerous Nerds.
I like that.
We're just like other nerds. We're just dangerous.
Right.
We're made up of military veterans, U.S. Army veteran myself.
There you go.
And I'm going to have some of the guys like Mad Mardigan, Storytime Jack. We're going to talk nerd stuff and how we as military guys actually approach things a little differently than the average person when it comes to even nerddom. And
because you've got an SOP.
Standard operating procedure, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And because I was a combat medic, most of the guys that I'm friends with were infantry, because I was with an infantry unit when I started. And so I get along with infantry guys. So most of the guys that are going to be on the shows are usually infantry, and we're a different kind of animal. It's where I got foul mouth. It's where my language came from.
Oh, I see. Okay. That makes
I was
sense.
like this polite guy before I went in the Army. Even my comedy was relatively clean.
So are infantry people like generally eschewing of like pilots or what?
Pilots.
Yeah, like the flyers, people that flying things.
Oh, jet jockeys. I don't know too many of those. I was approved to be a helicopter pilot, and it pissed my recruiter off because she was like, "I'm going to get so many points from this guy because I had such a high score on my ASVABs." And she's like, "You can literally be almost anything you want to be." And I'm like, "I just want to make sure I can be a combat medic." She's like, "No, that's like low. Well, you could be this." And I'm like, "No, fuck that. I just want to be a combat medic because I'm a conscientious objector."
Yes.
And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I won't. You can tell me to kill somebody. I'm not going to do it."
So did you what's I can't think of the right word for enroll.
I signed up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I volunteered. I volunteered when I was 26. I was older than even my drill sergeant when I got in. And
so how do you enroll as a conscientious objector?
Well, I'm a patriot. I'm extremely patriotic.
Sure.
But and this is funny.
I mean, how do you go into the Army saying I'm a conscientious objector?
You just tell them. I was honest about it. I want to serve, but I'm a conscientious objector. I won't kill if I'm told to kill somebody. I won't just arbitrarily point a weapon at somebody and take them down.
Right.
I won't do it.
Even if you're ordered to.
Yeah, if I'm ordered to, I won't.
And they're okay with it.
Yeah. That's why medics, a lot of guys that are combat medics are conscientious objectors. One of the famous actors, I forget his name right now, he was in the original All Quiet on the Western Front back in the 30s. And when it came time for World War II, he was almost blacklisted because he was listed as a conscientious objector. What people didn't know is that he still served. He served as a combat medic in combat. He got the Distinguished
Service Cross.
Service Cross. He was very heroic, and I have no trouble going into a situation. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, and the reason I was a better medic than probably some other guys is because I never lose my cool. I'm always calm. At least on the outside. I have a
question about combat medics, just because I don't know. Is it a higher risk?
Your
position.
One of the highest casualty rates in a combat unit is your combat medic. Second lieutenants, combat medics, and RTOs, radio operators.
Because they're the ones that get
snipers go after.
Yeah. They radio out the what is it?
The whole idea is to demoralize a squad or platoon.
A unit. Yeah.
And so you take out their command. You
got
take
no
out their
medic, got no communication.
Got
you're
no communication.
Cut off and you're dying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why combat medics stopped wearing the cross on their helmets. I just looked like part of the team. I stacked up with them.
Does everybody carry morphine in case they're hit, or only the medic?
A lot of the combat medic medical packs because they did away with the combat medic in right around 98 to 2000 because I got out in 98. I was a 91 Bravo combat medic. Now they're combat medical specialists. And because everybody is now a basic combat medic
Oh,
in a
interesting.
platoon, if
Everybody
you're in a
gets
combat
basic
unit,
training in.
everybody in a combat unit has basic medical training. We are specialized because I was specialized. I could do field surgery. I could do invasive work if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And regular soldiers really can't do that.
Right.
But they are taught, and morphine is not something easily accessible. Usually only your combat medics carry that
Mm-hmm.
because it's a controlled substance.
Right.
And I carried morphine. I carried a lot of stuff. When I left being in an infantry unit, I drove an ambulance. I was with the 308th Med Ambulance out of Sacramento. And shout out to my sergeants, Eugene Tevez, Tom Parker. They were my sergeants. They were my best friends. And we had Humvees. We were the first reserve unit to get Humvees.
Mm-hmm.
And
so you're in the reserves.
I was in the reserves at that point, yeah. When I left the infantry unit. And we're because all the reserves is your guys that usually go to the front if there's a war.
Right.
The regular army is deployed to Europe, and your reserves are the ones that end up going into the Middle East.
Right.
And because they use the army, the DoD always uses reserve and National Guard as a backdoor draft.
Mm-hmm.
They've always done that.
Mm-hmm.
And but I had an ambulance, and in my ambulance, when I went to Riyadh, behind my precious fluids, I had booze because Saudi Arabia is a dry country.
Right.
And so I would get smuggled booze from the MPs. I'd introduce them to nurses and female medics. And in exchange for introductions, I got booze. And I would keep booze in there because when you go to a dry country with a bunch of soldiers, you're going to have people fucking having withdrawals.
Yeah.
And so I would water the shit down and help the guys out when they were
wean it off. Yeah.
Yeah. Just get them weaned.
Yeah.
And then if there was extra, like if we had card night in the back of my ambulance, which is hell to play. If you play poker with red lights on in your back of your ambulance, good luck with those diamonds and hearts. And I remember one morning I opened the back of my ambulance. We'd had a party the night before with my sergeants, and it was like, holy shit, it smelled like a brewery and just like a dirty old bar, and smoking cigars and shit in the back of my eye deck. Air it out. It was so gross. My XO was like, what happened in there? I said, something leaked. I don't know what it was. It leaked. Smells like a brewery. I don't know what causes it. Maybe some of the cleaning chemicals. I don't know.
Disbelief level was high, I'm sure.
Yes, very.
Yeah.
I got busted several times for doing shit. Stole a body once.
Wow.
It was a buddy of ours that had gotten killed in an automobile accident, and we went to the military mortuary, it's a hangar, and stole his body to go give him an Irish wake. It ended up in a script I wrote called The New Vikings, and in that one we did a Viking funeral in the script.
That's
a lot
cool.
of the stuff I write about is based on stupid shit that I've done for real.
Right. Well, they say write what you know. So
excellent stories.
And I know I've done a lot of stupid shit.
Well, we'll hear more about it next time, I hope.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Cardinal, I'll send you a copy of one of my comics so you can read them.
That'd be great. I'd love that.
I've got a Dropbox full of some of the books, not all of them, but some of the books I've worked on.
Cool.
Including the one I created for IDW, Code Word Geronimo, about the SEAL Team 6 taking out bin Laden. We had that out by September 11th of that year after he got killed. Ted.
Is it true they had him on ice?
No.
No.
I mean, I'm sure they had him in a cooler, but not on ice.
Right.
Not literally.
It wasn't.
But yeah, he was stored in a he was stored in a cooler until they dumped him in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And but we got two things wrong in the book because we're guesstimating, and I drew that book, all 72 pages, in 20 days.
Wow.
And Ted Adams and Chris Ryle, the former heads of IDW, said that I broke some sort of drawing record, but nothing ever came of it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say rule, and I was going to be
No, I
really
broke. Because I can't remember who they said it was, had the previous record for pages drawn, and I drew 72 pages in 20 days because we had 30 days to do the book, and 10 of those were writing the script.
right.
I wasn't able to do any art until that script was done.
Sure.
Although I did do the cover. I cheated and did the cover.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
So.
Yeah, I'd definitely be into that. That sounds great.
All right. So, but I'm going to get the hell out of here. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, you bet. Thanks for coming
Chris,
on.
Captain Trek, Jace, Draco.
We'll see you later,
It's good
mate.
hanging out with you guys, man.
Take care, man.
All right, bye, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye, chat.
See, now that's a real artist, or what would you call that? I don't know, a real assembly line artist. I've never been able to draw a bunch of stuff that fast. Not any.
Well,
good.
I mean, writer, screenwriter, artist,
practiced
comic
all that
artist.
stuff.
Yeah, you have that kind of creative ability, plus all those life
all that
experiences.
experience, all that writing, all that drawing, all that sketching, all that stuff, and then all of those stories.
But along with
got.
you have to have a story to tell, and having those life experiences, like you said, it makes a big difference.
Marvelous.
I wanted to
Crazy.
go ahead and talk about some of the things that we learned about, and Dave, or Mithura, sorry, I'm gonna maybe put you on the spot here a little bit, just to kind of prod your memory a little bit. Before the show, we were talking about screen grabs of Disney's woke training, the program in critical race theory that redefines racism, intersectionalism, and that this is now being taught at the collegiate level. Can you please elucidate?
Well, I was on another live stream with a friend of mine, Matt from Foul Ball Productions.
Hey, Douglas Nelson.
He brought on several guests, and we were talking on Friday night, and this was brought up on Gary and Jeremy's Friday Night Tights stream.
Mm-hmm.
That functionally this is a document that was leaked, at least in part at that time, and I believe that someone like maybe Tom at Midnight's Edge, they've got the full document now. And this was basically what you'd get in a company, and in this case from Disney, from HR. This would be the training that you'd get in order for you to, as a, say, white employee or any employee per se, to check your privilege, to basically evaluate your privilege, go over it. It would have questionnaires, and it would have situationals, and it would redefine all of the appropriate redefinables, because classic definitions just don't do.
Because everything's changed. Yeah.
Yes. And everything that has changed is the thing that mentioning that this is something that has moved forward from. Now you've got a lot of people who have been, they've got their degrees in critical race theory, amongst other things. And
Which
this
is what exactly?
I wish I could give you an appropriate definition, other than, I mean, I could probably look up at least to give something of it. Someone has no doubt put a
Googling
Wikipedia
at the moment.
Yeah, a Wikipedia article or something like that. Yeah, there it is. So,
yes, what does Wikipedia say about that?
So our good old friend Wikipedia says that critical race theory is an academic movement of civil rights scholars and activists in the United States who seek to critically examine the laws that intersect with issues of race, to challenge mainstream liberal approaches to racial justice. Now,
okay,
that's what it says about critical race theory, and I know that there are several classes that you'd be able to take as an individual going through college for your coursework, and it would be something that these are things that I would hear about when oh gosh, he spoke on Rogan. He has the same name as the guy who didn't kill himself. Well, it's pronounced differently. He's a biological.
Yeah.
The words, the stream brain. It's killing.
The word. Yes, it's the name. Heisenberg, Weisen, something or other. Weinstein.
Yes. Weinstein, appropriately doing an appropriate way of pronouncing it. Epstein didn't kill himself. Yeah. Epstein didn't kill himself, and this particular Epstein or whatever, and his wife were they spoke on Rogan. They were having the difficulty because, at least as far as evolutionary biology,
can't go wrong there.
Evolutionary biologists, they were having trouble with the people doing the critical race theory in the classes, and that because their evolutionary biology would speak to the studied truths against it.
Right.
And so they were basically attacked and sectionalized by the individuals within the.
There it is. Brett Cohen's got it for us.
There you go.
Brett Williamstein.
There you go. Brett and his wife, and the college that they went to, the faculty was going against them. The student body
was that the Evergreen State College?
Yes. I mean, these things are stuff that you could look up and read in various Google articles. You could do searches on that, and you would actually find. And I would challenge anyone out there who wants to know more about it. You can see these things for yourself and not take my word for it.
Right.
But at the
moment, we will.
Critical race theory, basically, in layman's terms, if you actually are a critically thinking human being, is basically undoing everything we've accomplished in the past 50 or so years.
Yes.
Oh, it's not all of Western culture.
They're undoing progress that we've made in terms of racial equality by reinstituting race, reinstituting segregation, reinstituting separation.
Right.
They're pushing for independent buildings. They're pushing for independent.
Oh my gosh.
Graduations for various ethnic groups. It's completely ridiculous and stupid.
Adrian!
Hey, my boy Adrian.
And it's basically okay racism is basically what it is.
Right. It's socially acceptable PC racism. Yeah.
Yes. And
because if their racism is okay, as opposed to racism always being bad. Racism isn't bad and evil and a negative thing.
They constantly change. That's what you see. That's what we've been seeing for the last.
Yeah, they're moving the goalposts all the time.
That's what we've been seeing them do for the last 20 years. Is they keep on changing what definitions mean. They change what gender means. They change what racism means. They change
race,
anything like that. They keep on changing the definitions.
That's why it's okay to identify as a tree.
Yes.
So, and if you weren't actually if you weren't in higher education,
I'm a forest.
Like I wasn't, if you weren't in higher education like I wasn't, it sort of like goes beyond your awareness of it.
Sure.
And I would be going, I came up to 2014 and 2016, and I'm going, what's happening with all these things? What is the source of this?
Yeah.
I had
suddenly you're in violation just by existing.
I had to backtrack to actually find out on it, and it wasn't until like 2017 I had a few clues that essentially it was coming out of higher education. It was coming out of many of these things. 2018 I started hearing about certain ways and reasons where this was coming from. In 2019, when I actually started hearing about what was going on at Like Evergreen, amongst other things, and finally getting to hear Weinstein. I'm going to screw up your name, sir. I'm sorry for it, and I appreciate that you speak out with this along with your wife, who I do not remember your name. But the thing is that
Frankenstein.
I'm going to screw it up. But these people have brought this thing to the fore, and you actually get it because they've got the word out. Now, one of the things is that we're wondering on what level this is. Why are all the corporations so behind woke? Well, they've gotten themselves in. The people who have gone through school and the people who believe these things, they've been able to hire themselves in and use their motives and modus operandi to actually inure themselves, to make sure it's understood these things must happen, because if you do not do these things, then you are actionable by all these methods that they've been espousing. And now you have things like,
and then you're canceled if you don't comply.
That's the end idea, because you have the Me Too movement, which was not just the fact that bad people were doing bad things. Bad people are continuing to do the bad things, but if they virtue signal and they cover themselves, well, they can
Joss Whedon.
carry on.
You're the one. That's a good person, yeah.
So,
I mean, one of the most
Go ahead, Chris.
One of the most popular versions of Me Too is the whole Dr. whatever her face is and Justice Kavanaugh. That whole situation.
Yeah.
Everything she said, this happened to me, so I'm a part of the Me Too crowd. And everyone that she said was there to see this all said that we didn't know, that never happened. We didn't see this. And she then backtracked and says, no, they weren't, don't believe them. Yeah. And
believe women.
Yeah. Believe.
So are you saying that Brett Kavanaugh didn't really like beer and also assert himself against the opposite sex without provocation?
I have no clue. All I know is that her claim, and also the people that claimed that came after her and made the same claims, none of their stories checked out when the other people were asked.
Really?
Especially people that she said were there. Her friend at the time that it supposedly happened, she said that she was there and saw it, and her friend said, no, that never happened.
So they do not pass.
The funny thing is that she had a GoFundMe account set up. She got millions of dollars, and all of that went into her bank account. None of it went to anyone who actually needed
it. Wasn't a defense fund?
Nope. And her face got plastered on the Times as being the Person of the Year award.
Wow.
Damn.
So none of that passed muster. None of that passed any real court. But in the court of public opinion, which is what the system uses, that's how cancel culture develops. It's the court of public opinion.
I guess the reason that I'm so surprised by this is that Kavanaugh was so defensive. He was more vigorous in his, we were just drinking beer. He came off as really sketchy. And it was really easy to believe that.
Well, I mean, when you egg somebody on and they react, what happens? Then you get the see they're reacting. See.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true too. So, and it's perhaps also true that I'm guilty of bias. Because one, Kavanaugh he seemed really sketchy, and two, the way he acted was almost like a preemptive defensiveness, and his political leanings did not jive with my own. So, it's surprising, but on the other hand, it's really not surprising.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of him, especially after like stuff he's pulled as Justice, and also he was one of the authors of the Patriot Act.
Yep.
That we got when after 9/11. So
yeah, which was basically all lined up and ready to go as PNAC, the People for the New American Century. In 1996, Dick Cheney had written that the American people, to get behind an overseas war, like regime change, there would have to be something like, quote, a new Pearl Harbor, unquote. And then 9/11 happened. And, you know, the authors of this stuff were the guy that became the Secretary of Defense, Paul Wolfowitz, you know, all of these neocons, they just slipped right into place like it was all destined and ready to happen and ready to go.
Because maybe it was.
Maybe it was. But yeah, those aren't my favorite kind of people.
neocons are definitely a serious pain.
Warmongers, chicken hawks, you know, it's
very funny that when Republicans had control of the House and the Senate, they could have done all these changes, but instead they sat on their hands and said, nope, we're not going to make any healthcare changes. We're not going to do any changes to the tax system. We're not going to pull out of the Middle East and end these never-ending wars, all this stuff. And it kind of bit them in the ass, because then they lost the House and lost, I think, one seat in the Senate.
And it was enough to have a short but long enough Democratic lead so that they could pass a really watered down Obamacare without a public option. But still, it got passed.
Then we had the trumped up, not to hit a pun or anything, but trumped up charges 2 times against the president.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And, you know, I'll be the first to say, I don't like to discuss politics or religion on the channel, mostly because I don't want to lose half my audience. You know, but there's a lot of truth in what you say. So,
but going back to critical race theory, a number of states have actually passed legislatures to prevent critical race theory being taught in schools, because they're now starting to move it out of the college hemisphere and down into the high school, elementary, middle school levels, and even trying to get it down into the preschool area.
Wow.
Thank you for bringing that up, Chris. Those are some links that I was forgetting.
That's really scary, you know.
They're trying to basically teach that, and they try to push that in Coke with the Coke company.
You know,
and that was put on hold.
Think about this. Here's something I think about quite a bit, because, you know, when my mom died, she went to the hospital. I drove her to the hospital because she said, "Gil, I think I'm dying," and it was just like the old Jewish mother guilt trip thing. I was like, "No, you're not dying." And so I drove her to the hospital, and they said that her electrolytes were out of whack. That was the scientific medical diagnosis. Her electrolytes were out of whack. So I guess they got her electrolytes in whack, and they hydrated her, and they sent her home. So I pulled the car up, and they took her out on a wheelchair. She stood up, and she face planted right onto the concrete. So then they admitted her, and the people that were taking care of her were young people, younger than anybody here. And I remember this guy used to come in with like headphones on, and he would start screaming because he couldn't tell that there was nothing going on. And so I had to put a sign on the door that said, "We're trying an experiment. We're being quiet." And I wrote it out in magic marker. And every time he came in the room, I would like look at him and be like, and he would be like, "Oh, dude, sorry. And I'm like, my mother is having a stroke. She's trying to sleep, and so the people that are going to be taking care of us in our old age are these people that are now being cranked out of these, institutions of higher learning, and now I guess lower learning, and they're intentionally being taught that reality is not reality.
Basically, it's all part of the postmodern movement to deconstruct Western civilization.
Why does Western civilization require deconstruction?
Because these people who are pushing it, they want power. It's all about power. They want to deconstruct so that they can reconstruct it to where they're on top.
Or at least it starts with our opinion, but we're getting more and more along the lines of there's so much going on. Our opinions really just opinions anymore.
I mean, like, for example, they're saying that math is racist. The scientific method is racist.
Math is racist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must be the new math.
It was a Twitter thing. It was a Twitter thing, but it's used as an example. It's used as an example as part of this whole critical theory thing. Go on, Chris.
It's scary that there are actually people that are actually taking it as true. They're saying they're basically
they're accruing huge debts of student debt, to be taught this garbage.
And it's the scary thing is that there are people who are really believing that because of white Europeans, because they ruled the world for oh so long, for about a century,
germs, guns, and steel,
that anything that Europeans appropriated and added to their culture is kind of it's really stupid because they think that it's all part of theirs and that these elements are evil. So scientific method is racism. Mathematics is racist.
That's what they say. These are the redefinitions.
Yes.
These are the moved goalposts. These are redefining all of these names, putting these things under.
You can redefine it all you want, but it's still the thing that it is.
And then you have some.
We say that.
And then you have some people. They paint entire cultures with a broad brush. I mean, you have people that think that all of Africa is just all black, when if you actually have any brain cell in your head, you would know that Africa is a diverse continent from north to south.
Sure.
You have the sub-Saharan Nubians, who are generally black people. You have the northern Africans, the Berbers.
You got the South Africans, the Afrikaners, who are descended from the Dutch and the British, who are white.
You have the North Africans who look more like Mediterranean or Arabic.
Yeah.
But you have these idiots out there who are just painting Africa.
Well,
you have Asia.
Most people in the United States think that Africa is a country.
Yeah. That's a sad thing. Actually, and it's sad because some people don't even know that Abraham Lincoln was Republican. They're like, wait a minute, I've seen videos of people.
That was back when it meant something different, but yes, that's true.
And I'm not one of those people that believe in the Southern swap theory. That's kind of a little, yeah.
Well, I mean, over time, it's kind of like in Britain when the liberal Democrats got switched over for conservatives.
No, I don't believe that one bit.
That's it's something that in the United States a lot of people don't understand, but it did happen.
No, it didn't.
It's not what's the word? Intuitive.
Sorry, no. I don't agree.
Okay. Anyway, please continue.
But yeah, I mean, it's really ridiculous, like how these people who actually don't know anything outside of the real world, they're bending over backwards to believe a broad stroke. I mean, there are some people who actually they're
Okay,
so
answer me this, riddle me this: who writes the textbooks that this stuff is taught out of?
college professors and stuff like that. These college professors who are getting all these degrees to teach our students. These special interest groups that are being paid.
By whom?
Anything from the schools, government, so on and so forth. The companies that are funding this stuff.
To what end? I mean, why?
To attain power, to increase power, to spread out power. Watch where the money goes.
Okay, yeah, follow the money.
Yeah, exactly. Follow the money. Follow the who's writing the checks and everything.
I mean, one of the things is it's hard enough because it doesn't seem over. At least this is definitely not a short-term game. Because the short-term game, there's been losses in a lot of this thing. But
Sure.
regardless of that short-term game producing so many losses, there's still back-end money. And there are people in power who desire an outcome that is a long-term. And part of this is just systemic control. Part of this is destabilization of a system that would work better for them as a destabilized system, and the other is lending toward, well, talking about resets.
Yeah.
So essentially,
I don't know
what
how
you're
much I want to
saying-
talk about that because I don't know all of the things that.
Essentially, what you're saying is that
conversations
stuff
are
like
loaded.
this is no longer going to be on the menu. This is going to be canceled.
Eventually,
least
probably.
Yes.
This is going to be canceled.
Probably. I do know that they're trying to.
Chucky is going to be canceled.
Most probably.
Or rebooted to be a different ethnic group.
Or female. We already
Yeah.
had that. What about the Japanese?
Samara?
No, the
Samara.
Japanese are terribly problematic.
Because Japan,
Because they don't go for that woke shit.
Japan
No, they don't.
Is
They're outside it.
Yes, Japan is a homogenous
Rob
society.
Zombie can kiss his career goodbye, right?
I'm gonna try.
Nobody's going to go to his movies anymore.
I actually have screenshots of a conversation I saw of some people that had comments about what was happening this last year.
No more Rue Morgue. That's going to be canceled.
Yeah. But I saw a conversation by a group of this Japanese people who are commenting about what's going on in the United States this past year, and oh dear Lord, it was. If any white person said it this day, they would be ousted by the society in no time.
Slashers, Euro erotica,
currently-
spaghetti western, sci-fi madness, Dario Argento, George Romero, lesbian vampire zombies, killer snakes, snuff, Larry Cohen, Christopher Lee, shockumentaries, women in prison, miniskirts and go-go boots, violent revenge, time travel, fast cars, zombie soldiers, Lucio Fulci, British Bad Boys, Kung Fu, Ralph Bakshi, Frank Frazetta, motorcycles, punk rock, David Carradine, Jess Frank Giallo, Conan the Barbarian, etc. Gone, right?
Yes, all of it.
That is true.
It is terribly patriarchal. It is terribly problematic and must be ended.
The flag.
sure to get
What do we do?
The American flag is racist. The national
The
anthem
American
is racist.
flag is racist.
Yes,
Absolutely.
they are even
Yep.
pushing right now. They're pushing police are racist, and they have their roots in the slave bounty hunters.
Okay.
Even though, if you look at the history of police, they go all the way back to ancient Roman times. They weren't called police back then, but there were a police-like force that policed the streets of Rome to make sure that security and laws were being held up.
Mm-hmm.
You have sheriffs and sheriffs who were in charge of making sure that the king's laws were being held up in England. You have
because it was not the purpose of the military to do these things for your own people. You had to have a policing force.
yeah, but they're trying to tie, and they're teaching this to our children. They're tying the police to the people that went to the bounty hunters that went around hunting down escaped slaves.
Right. That's true.
And they're teaching this to our children.
So what do we do? How do we how does the older generation fight back to prevent this from happening?
I mean,
is there no hope?
There is, but I mean, it would take a lot of fighting, and people would need to get their heads out of the sand.
That is the crux of it, because this is all about things like, if you want to talk about some of the people in our group that are actually trying to do something about it, you talk about Gary Beekler, who is getting out of. I mean, he's not fighting it. He's not fighting it so much as because right now he doesn't have. He's getting away from it so that it doesn't affect his child. It doesn't directly affect his family. But the thing is that. That's
eventually you won't be able to escape.
Exactly. And at some level, that's the idea of at least from where some of us are we going to be able to fight it, or are there going to be too many people with their, as Chris said, with their heads in the sand? Or at least I think you said that.
Up their ass, whatever.
Yeah.
Either won't work. But the thing is that a majority of the average day person, they're too busy working hard to provide for their life. They're too busy
to make a living.
They're having their heads down, praying to whatever God they worship, saying, please look me over, please look me over, please look me over, leave me alone. But the problem is that the woke crowd, the leftists, the extreme leftists, they will find you. They will come after you. They don't care if you're trying to be ignored. They will come after you.
They'll notice that you're trying to be ignored.
Yes. They will eventually they will come after everyone. And it's just like that famous poem that German poet wrote. First they came for the socialists, and because I was not a socialist, I did not speak up. Then they came for the communists, and because I was not a communist, I did not speak up. Then they came for the Jews, and because I was not a Jew, I did not speak up. Then they came for me, and there was no one there to speak up for me.
That's right. Very well said.
Yes, it's very well said. And the fact that it was a German poet, it's very appropriate and somewhat scary, because that was another thing. I was watching a video yesterday that was fortunately a historical video. So when you talk about the Yazis, if you get my drift,
you can say Nazis on my channel. We don't do baby talk on the Cardinal Sin channel.
I don't know if it gets the stream shut down or not. So
if you're talking about historical, middle of the 20th century bad German people, it's okay to say Nazi.
Or the National
Socialists. Because the National Socialists over there, or shortened to Nazis as it was, if you go back into the history of when they were actually developing their programs and what they wanted to do and how they othered people, as certain people have said and got canceled for, when they othered people, they were doing it by changing the way people thought, and they were doing it by changing the way that their children learned, and they were teaching it in schools to the children how to separate and do these things. And
that's
now
why there's been so much homeschooling these days.
Well,
homeschooling or the cells.
Cells?
It's where parents would kind of get together and they would bring all their children together, and one parent would teach one subject one day, another parent would teach another subject, or
it's a variety
tutor.
of the homeschooling.
I see.
But I mean, one of the things that you can do to get involved, to try and change things, you have to get involved. You cannot ignore it. Get involved. Get involved in your in your school district. Get involved in your local elections. That's the big one right there.
Run for school board. Yeah.
Run for school board. Run for city council member. Look at who your city council members is. Look at who your state representative and your state senator, your governors. Look at all that, because that is that is the most important thing in this nation. That is the most important thing. The national election, that's cool and all, but that's not what's the most important. It's your state and local election. That is what's important.
Think globally, act locally.
That is where you have leverage as individuals.
That's true. It's where you have the most power. But then eventually, as we age out, people are just going to look at us as the old
Crazies.
way to think.
Teach the children well, I think another poet said.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, I have a Bible verse. I know it sounds funny and all, but I actually do have a Bible verse that does explain this kind of nicely. Let me see if I can find it.
While Chris is looking, Captain, Jace, you guys have been kind of quiet. What do you think about all this?
No, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I was a little bit busy. Just something happened in my personal life, so I'm just like trying to fix some stuff.
Understandable completely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wrote it in the chat, the private.
Yeah, I saw.
Right.
No, but I don't know, man. I normally don't talk so much about all those kind of things.
Well, we all have to live in the same society. Captain, any thoughts on your part?
The problem is extremism. And we need to get away from the extremism and teach, honestly, we need to teach kids to actually think. That's what is not
critical
being taught.
thinking.
Critical thinking must be taught. It's not.
Learn them to have your own free mind, to actually take your own choices and think for yourself.
Yes,
there you
not
go.
To be led by anyone, to always question using unbiased.
That's how I grew up. Like how I grew up is that I grew up with my own free will, and I learned most of the things myself. My dad wanted me to learn and see the things from my own eyes and take my own decisions and learn from them. He didn't want to control me and like, you have to believe in this, you have to do this, you have to this.
Yeah, so many parents, in the last 20 years, have acted as if they own their children.
Yeah, and he just wanted me to be myself and grow and learn.
Establish your own personality. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I am the way I am. And same thing when I'm on YouTube. If I say something, and even if it's like, if people really don't agree with me, I will not apologize. I will, that is my own free will. And if I mean
sure,
this,
you agree to disagree.
Yeah, this is my opinion, and that's your opinion. I will accept your opinion, but I'm not going to be an asshole to you. I'm just going to disagree with you.
Yeah.
Like me and Adrian, we disagree a lot.
Sure.
But we are still good friends. And respect each other.
So, I mean, this is from the Bible. So, I mean, people don't believe
King
in the Bible
James Bible.
No, actually, it's a new international version. But
okay.
All Bibles, if you kind of read read them in the proper context, they all provide the same message. But the Bible, even though I know a lot of people don't trust the Bible and all because they don't believe in God or Jesus or anything,
are you talking about me?
Well, you and everyone else.
No, he's talking about me.
You can still gain a lot of knowledge from the Bible, and basically,
a lot of important lessons.
No, like me and Chris, like he knows that I'm not a Christian, and we have had like discussions about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And but I do support it. Like,
and I admitted to being an atheist at the very beginning of the stream.
Sorry.
Yeah, and but I accept it, man. Like I showed him some of my some artists that I do like to listen to, and they are Christians. Two of them, they talk about God and stuff like that. And I if you believe in that stuff, I'm not going to be an asshole, even though we might disagree.
Among my favorite music is what's called death rock, or music that is made by people that are devout, but ends up in bands like Christian Death and Echo and the Bunnymen, and the people that are really doing hard thinking about these foundational belief systems, and also questioning them at the same time.
Yeah.
But this is the Bible. This is the Bible verse.
Yeah, let's have it.
Proverbs 22:6. Start your children off on the way they should go, and when they are old, they will not turn off from it. So you as a parent, it's your responsibility to teach your children right from wrong. It's your responsibility to show them
the way,
how to properly treat a spouse, how to treat a friend, how to commence in commerce, how to work hard in life. It's your responsibility. That is not the school's responsibility. That is not the government's responsibility.
The universe is indifferent to your suffering.
Exactly. It is your responsibility as a parent. You are the parent, not the government, not the state, not the schools, not the teachers.
Absolutely. Keep saying it.
It is
because that is definitely a thing. That is definitely a thing to beat down the importance.
Self-responsibility,
of good parenting.
will knock this whole thing out. Self-responsibility, instead of safe spaces, instead of snowflakes, instead of canceling speakers that you don't want to hear their point of view. Which, if you don't want to hear their point of view, how will you ever know how to debate? Or take a stance, or change someone else's viewpoint? I submit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good point.
If we don't nip this in the bud, and it's starting to sound like it's too late, if we don't nip this in the bud, it's going to be a very, very scary world to live in.
Well, it's never really too late. It's just the farther and farther we go down this pathway, the more bloodier and bloody it's going to get coming back.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you'll start having to fight against institutions created to support these. And you'll start having to fight. I mean, if it structures itself, if the structure becomes more and more fixed, then you're fighting beliefs instead of you're fighting beliefs instead of logic. You're fighting emotion.
This college professor, Brett Weinstein or Weinstein, whatever.
I want to call it Weinstein.
Are they fighting this critical race theory, or are they in charge and leading the charge of it?
I would not say they are in charge. They're fighting the critical race theory.
Okay.
And they're basically fighting it by pushing back with their logic, pushing back with the classical science. That's one reason why the issue of science being canceled as patriarchy
or racist. Yeah.
If you try to cancel evolutionary biology, if you are successful in putting up the idea that it must needs be canceled, then you sort of like take the foundation out from under Weinstein and his wife.
That's why I've been hearing so much about this 2 + 2 = 5 stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, they want to try to bring up. I mean, it isn't even a thing that is based in sort of logical process, but they're not working in logical process. They're trying to generate the easily knocked down straw man, right? They're trying to put the. I'm not even going to be able to. I don't know if you have a good. Yeah, I don't know if you have a better basis for this, Chris, because you have backed up some of the things that I brought up in discussion here.
It seems to me like physics is in big trouble.
Well, so I'm trying to find this, but there was a museum, I think it was the Smithsonian, but I can't remember exactly, but they released a series of programs that they immediately took down when it was kind of revealed, and they got in kind of pseudo in trouble with this. And it was basically trying to say everything that we think is true is from white people, and we need to dissuade from it or something like that. And
So they had an exhibition of woke mentality.
Not exactly really
More intersection. No, not in. It's it is critical race.
Yeah.
It is putting all the bad stuff. It was never really white. It was, and white stole it.
Right. It was
kind
cultural
of, sort of, not
appropriation.
really. Kind of, sort of, not really. Okay, here we go. This was provided by the, unfortunately it doesn't say which, NMAAHC, talking about race, aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture in the United States of America. White dominant culture, or whiteness, refers to the way white people and their traditions, attitudes, and ways of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices of the United States. And since white people are still hold most of the institutional power in America, we have all internalized some aspects of white culture, including people of color. Rugged individualism is an aspect of white culture. The individual is a primary unit, self-reliance, independence, and autonomy, high valued plus rewarded. Individuals assume to be control of their environmental, you get what you deserve, quote unquote. The family structure.
Oh, that's been under attack for a long time.
They came after the father. They went after the father.
They're trying to split up the,
They're trying to tell the mother they're trying to tell women that children it's an obstacle it's an obstacle. It's a destroyer of what you want in life.
Mm-hmm.
And
don't be shackled and chained to the kitchen, women.
Yeah, and in fact, actually, before they pulled this down, Black Lives Matter, one of their charters, had this on their goals, was to dismantle the family unit and have children raised by the collective.
And sounds communist to me.
Yeah, and when it came under fire, they immediately took it off their site.
So that's the demonization of this white culture. That's the demonization of all these things. Like, I mean, you listen to what he says,
like the middle class,
working hard.
Yeah.
Yes. Working
that is
hard.
Further down on the list.
The strength of family, the strength of a work of a culture that values hard work, values achievement, values skill. All these things are white image things, and everybody who has participated in the United States and our structure and our economy is because you've all inured some of this whiteness. Mm-hmm. So when you defend it, you are actually defending the whiteness rather than,
and therefore the inherent racism.
Any of their and any of these things, it's completely dissociating any of that from any of the good that it has done. It is demonizing. It is creating afoul of it.
Wow, they've really wrapped us around their little finger, haven't they?
Yeah, and I mean, the father is probably the most important aspect of the family. I'm going to say
breadwinner.
Right there. Yeah. Primarily, he is the person that leads the family. He sets the ground rules. He sets the standards. Yes, mothers are very important as well. But the father is the one that takes care of the family. He shows love to his wife,
both for her mental, physical, spiritual, etc. and whatnot. He
Mhm.
shows the son how to treat a woman, and he
Right.
shows the daughter how a woman is to be treated.
Right. Yes.
Take that out, the family unit kind of just falls
Collapses.
apart.
Yeah. The nuclear family is destroyed.
Yes. So the nuclear family, father, mother, 2.3 children, are ideal social units. Husband is
Iconoclast.
breadwinner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Husband is breadwinner and head of the household. Wife is homemaker and subordinate to her husband, which really, if it's supposed to work how it's supposed to be, even in Christian standards, the wife is not supposed to be subordinate. She is supposed to be his
Equal.
partner
Yeah.
and
Yes.
the supporter.
Yes.
Children
You're
should
talking
have
about an ultimately developed team. The two
Mhm.
operate in tandem, and if you break them apart, if you take away either, the team fractures and the core is gone. The center
Yes.
is broken.
Children should have their own rooms and be independent.
What's really happening here is all the time that we've been bitching and moaning and complaining about our entertainment and our beloved modern myths and franchises being under fire by the woke squads. Really, the stakes are much higher. We're talking
Yes.
about our civilization here.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And
It's not just geek culture.
No.
That's why
That's
geek culture is being changed, because they're trying to feed into it.
Right, but also at the same time, it's a misdirection. It's a don't look here, look here.
In a sense, yes.
It's the easiest way to do it.
It's a misdirection.
It's the
and
most
also,
insidious thing I can think of.
it's a misdirection as well as they tie into each other. Because what are our children going to be looking at when they turn on the TV? They're going to be seeing the stuff that we don't enjoy, that we didn't grow up on.
My God.
You went from the Brady Bunch. You went from the Brady Bunch and Growing Pains, where the father was in the picture, the mother was there to help the father. You had the children that obeyed the parents, got into wacky little adventures, but the parents always sold them out. To something like Good Luck Charlie, where the parents are incompetent fools, and on Disney Channel, the parents are incompetent fools, and the children are basically racing themselves.
Doing. Yeah. They're the ones that are in the know.
Not to mention, you look at this closely now, and you can see how, although the media and politics and to a degree the demonization of religion are part of this, they are not at the heart of it, and we can stay away. We're staying away from politics and religion and all the things we don't like to discuss. But this is something deeper and more insidious. It is something that is completely apart from it, but seeks to change the whole thing. And when we hit back, when we attempt to punch back at the damage that's being done to our myths and our stories and the things that entertain and in some cases elevate us and give us something more than
yes, the morality plays.
And
that's where they're hitting us, where it does that much damage. And while we look at it and we say, don't stop doing this, sometimes you've got to think about the deeper meaning of why are they doing it, and maybe
why are they willing to lose millions of dollars over?
Maybe I should look deeper and be observant of this, and I need to. I need to be aware of the deeping. I need to be aware of the deeper things and why this is going on. And maybe I need to stand up because it's time to actually hit back. It's time to actually lend my voice.
To discover the hidden knowledge that is occulted because they've hidden it.
Emphasis on scientific method is apparently a part of white culture. Objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect, relationships, quantitative emphasis. That is a part of white culture. History, based on Northern European immigrants' experience in the United States, heavily focused on the British Empire. The prime premise of Western Greco-Roman, and Judeo-Christian values. These are
when it comes to history, I can't say I agree with them, but history is written by the winners, and I think that the experts in history, American history, Western history, Roman history, whatever, I think probably will agree that there's very little that's known about history that is true or decided.
There
Yes.
is a lot that is glossed over. I do agree, but we have a finite amount of time, and you can learn this extra stuff on your own time. Just people
Sure.
don't want to take their own time. They want to be it all. They want it all presented to them.
Yeah.
And remember when we were going back talking to about what Chris is bringing up here, and I do want him to continue, we're talking about what they are demonizing and trying to take away. We must remember that all history should be questioned because of its source, because history is not meant to be a sided thing. It shouldn't be the winners and the losers. It should be the facts of what happened.
Yeah,
but
it should be also, the truth.
They demonize the fact that it comes from a source. You don't demonize that it comes from a source. You must have access to the sources that it came from, or else you are still one-sided.
And therefore half blind.
Yeah. I actually found a quote. I saw a quote on one day. I can't remember who it was from, but it's a perfect quote about what history is all about, what learning history is all about, and it is very important. It's not just those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, but it's also the reason why it's not just important to learn why that Hitler killed 6 million Jews plus also several million other groups.
6 million Europeans. Yeah,
it's important to know. It's important. History is about learning how he got there.
Yes.
That is what history is about. History is not about learning that he did get there, but it's learning how he got there.
Yeah, and why the society was so eager to facilitate it,
or how the society was led.
To go along.
How the society was led into his and his leaders' goals.
Which he wrote about in jail in Mein Kampf. He said exactly what it was he was going to do, and he did exactly what he said he was going to do.
Well, I mean,
they utilized it.
That's the funny thing is that if you actually look at history,
it's a manual.
Hitler didn't really actually go after the Jews at first because he had no intentions of going after the Jews. He was actually going to go after the Slavs. He was going to carve out a huge chunk of Eastern Europe to colonize for the German people and enslave and wipe out the Slavic people. He had no intentions of going after the Jews until he actually started going into the process.
That's why he wanted to annex the Sudetenland, because of the Germans that live there.
Yeah, the Sudetenland.
He was doing his several tiers of humanity, from the Aryans to the whatever you call the Undermensch, the lower classes, and the lower classes,
the Übermensch and the Untermensch.
And they were the Slavs and the other classes. I mean, one of the things that was brought up in that video that I was watching was that he was fully aware of the importance of the Jewish people, because in World War I they were fighting right alongside. They were included with the people that were fighting in World War I. They were not separate of it. They were not fighting against it. They were part of the German people.
No, it was because it was such a popular way of thinking at the time, just before the Second World War, that it sort of swept the country, also swept the continent, unfortunately. But before that, there had been the Russian pogroms and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I actually had a teacher. I actually had a teacher who made a comment that every single nation back then had the same opinion of the Jewish people. Hitler was just the first one to actually take action.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and actually a lot of that came from things that were started in, good old US of A.
Yep.
But yeah, the way that Hitler assumed power was he became a member of the Nazi Party, the National Socialists. The
Which
National
was a
Socialists,
small little fringe group at the time.
but they gained popularity through utilizing the ideas that Germany was beaten down by the Allied powers during World War One. Which actually, if you actually analyze what Germany lost in World War One, it was kind of just not as
Their
big
national
as
pride was snuffed out.
yeah, their national pride was snuffed out. But I mean, what you actually look at what they actually lost besides their national pride, it wasn't as bad as some powers lost. I mean, look at what happened to the
Well, I mean, the
Austro-Hungarian
Treaty of
Empire.
Versailles dictated that they had to basically give over their entire GDP.
Oh, yes. That
Yep.
I don't agree with that.
Their
And actually,
reparations were crazy.
Britain was against that too, but they went along with it because of France. Because France had a bone to pick with Germany after the Franco-Prussian War.
Here we go into politics.
Yeah. But so you have, and then you have Germany was a complete and total mess. Their political system was a complete disarray.
Yeah,
you had the
Happy
socialists.
Mother's Day, everyone.
Yeah.
That's right.
You had
Happy Mother's Day.
You had the Democratic Socialists. You had the Communists. You had the Nazis, all fighting over who would have control over Parliament. And
in a parliamentary system, they would all have to work together.
The Reichstag, and you had,
yeah. Well, in the Weimar Republic, it was a different story.
Well, no, the same thing is the Reichstag is the name for the German Parliament.
Yeah.
You had the brown shirts, the black. I can't remember if they're black or brown shirts of the Germans. The SA.
Yeah, brown shirt.
Fighting with, here's a fun little twist, Antifa in the streets of Germany. Antifa, the anti-fascist action group, was the militaristic arm of the Communist Party of Germany.
I had no idea.
Antifa has their origins in the militaristic arm of the Communist Party of Germany in 1920s Germany. And during the Weimar Republic,
the end of the Weimar Republic,
they attacked the Democratic Socialists and they attacked the Nazis, and the Nazis fought back. And because of that, the National Socialists, the Nazis, they utilized all that to criminalize the communists. And they gained power through that means.
Right.
What is happening now?
Then the more that that's a good question. And the more that they did that, the more that they vilified the communists, the more that they vilified the Soviet Union, the bigger the other became, the bigger the enemy became, and that fed more and more, like a self-reinforcing feedback loop.
Yeah. And to the point where the Reichstag was burnt down, Hitler blamed the Communist Party, and he assumed all authority. He became
it was an inside job.
Who knows? Maybe it was communist. Maybe it was.
Oh, it was absolutely. There's no.
But I mean, in the end, Hitler became Der Führer.
Yeah, but in the beginning, they tried. He tried to take over by violence, and then that's when he was jailed, and that's when he wrote Mein Kampf and wrote out exactly what he was going to do, which he did. Yeah. And then he attained power through the political process.
The funny thing is that he at one point thought that Britain and America were going to join him because of our heavily Germanic populations.
That's true. And in the United, I don't know about Britain. Well, I mean, I know that their prime minister was, wanted to appease him, but that in the United States there was a very large contingent of the Bund that wanted to, join Germany's efforts and not interfere with their actions in France and eventually it had to be it had to be, allowing the Japanese to attack Pearl Harbor to get us in to the European theater because we were so isolationist based on our experience in World War One.
I do know that, like, I've seen two different theories as to why Britain and France allowed Germany to assimilate so much power, and that was the one theory was that they were just basically preparing their own forces for in case Germany crossed the line. The other story that I heard was that they did it was so that Britain and France could have a buffer state against the Soviet Union. Because back in that time,
makes a lot of sense.
Communism was the big fear.
Yeah.
Fascism wasn't as big of a fear.
No, fascism was in vogue.
And
in Italy.
Yeah.
Mussolini was, the big
Mussolini used to be a communist until he became a fascist.
A fascist, exactly.
He was actually one of the founders of the ideology, along with Giovanni Gentili. Gentile, I think his name is Giovanni Gentile or something like that.
It rings a bell.
Yeah. And they were both socialists, but they came together and they created fascism. Hitler adopted fascism. And basically Britain and France were going to use Germany as a buffer state against the Soviet Union. But when Germany crossed the line of going into Poland, that's when they said no more.
Yeah. Which was also a put up job. I mean, they used a mentally deficient Pole, and created a false situation, and then blamed the Poles and took over the radio station, and it was all over after that.
Yeah. So the next thing on this little white culture thing is Protestant work ethic. Hard work is the key to success. Work before play. If you don't meet your goal, you don't work hard enough. Which is kind of funny because if anyone knew about American history, they would know that we did try an attempt with socialism in our early history. Well, it was before the United States was the United States. It was back during Jamestown and the Plymouth colonies. They tried to do a socialist model because socialism is actually a lot older than most people.
On a small scale, it generally works fairly well.
Not for these colonies. They were all basically on the verge of failing until the new governors took over and said, "Okay, we're going to abandon this. You work for what you get."
Well, yeah, you're talking about when they were really small, like in crisis of famine.
But the socialist model was not is hardly ever successful, and so the early American colonies abandoned the idea in favor of traditional you work for what you eat.
Yes, and Crimson Mist is correct. And actually, if anyone's ever heard of the Monster of Jekyll Island, the book that goes into the creation of the Federal Reserve by the richest men and captains of industry at the time that created the Federal Reserve System, the Constitution specifically was against a central bank that would be in charge of printing money, and that in fact what ended up happening was that money is not actually worth anything inherently, not because it's a fiat currency, but because it's not actually anything that has any inherent value. It's a promissory note. It's a promise to pay.
That is what it is today. Back when
Yes.
it had the gold standard behind it, that's when it had wealth, power behind it. Now it's basically just a piece of paper with a IOU note, basically.
Exactly. Yeah. In God we
Essentially,
trust on the money.
essentially, there's something there that has to do with the idea that I give you money for a thing, but the money I made by giving something to someone else. So it's almost like the transferal of it's the transferal of the wealth. So it's like a step. I need to make value so that I can give that value to someone else who can give me things that I cannot
Something that
make
I
for
need.
myself.
Right.
So the money is a tool. The money starts out as a tool. It's value. But the thing is that we lead more and more towards the idea behind that, where the power that is developed by having a large amount of control of the value, and the thing becomes a tool to power. It becomes a tool that is in the control of power.
This is why I was sort of against. This is why I've been against the lockdowns and the stimulus checks myself, because you're locking everyone down and you're giving them money, but the money is pointless if there's nothing to spend it on. If there's no groceries in the store, if there's no food on the shelves, if there's nothing, if you can't buy anything, what's the point of having a dollar bill?
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I think maybe even a closer examination is, what's the point of having all these dollar bills if there's no toilet paper on the shelves to buy?
Yeah. I mean, you had, going back to Weimar Republic, Germany, they had barrels full of
marks. Yeah, wheelbarrows full.
Deutschmarks,
Yeah.
Deutschmarks, in order to
And they still
buy
couldn't buy a loaf
bread.
of bread. Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
And Brett Cohen has an interesting remark here.
Which is funny, because during this whole lockdown, who became one of the most richest companies in the world?
And who decided to step down from being CEO?
But he's still in charge of one of the new big papers.
Yeah, the Post.
Yeah. The next up is on this white culture is religion. Christianity is the norm. Anything other than Judeo-Christian tradition is foreign. No tolerance for devotion from single God concept.
Brett Cohen says the UK, Australia, Canada all have democracies with socialist underpinnings. Correct.
Who also funds their defenses?
The United States.
Yep. So when when a big chunk of your dollar bills isn't devoted to defense funding, where can you put it in?
Into social programs.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which I submit, because we have a military that's something along the lines of 30 times bigger, stronger, all that than the next one, that we can reinvest the money that we put into the defense budget yearly back into the social programs and the infrastructure required to keep the people of this country alive for something like the next 10 years without batting an eye.
I would disagree, because currently China is upping their own.
China's upping, but they're still like 30 times
they
weaker.
Have a large military force, and they are a threat to our regional allies over in.
They can put together a standing army of great size very quickly. There's no doubt about that.
And also, at one point in time, we sent bombers into the area to kind of flex some muscle.
Sure. We do that every year. They do that every year.
And they kind of showed off a new missile of theirs that kind of made us pull our bombers out.
Yeah.
So
and then
we need to kind
somebody,
of figure
and then somebody in North Korea, what's the truth behind the was it in Hawaii where there was a missile alert and it said this is not a test and it was an absolute accident? You
A
guys
hack
remember
job.
what I'm talking about, right?
Someone hacked into the civil defense and warned not a test missile alert in Hawaii.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I don't know if that. I mean, that could be. It could have been Chinese hackers looking to see
Yeah.
if they could fuck with the system, because that's one of the big ones. Using information services to screw with other
create
countries.
chaos. Yeah. And Crimson Mist, I happen to adore that album. Christianity is Stupid.
The next category is status, power, and authority. Wealth equals worth. Your job is who you are. Respect authority. Heavy value on ownership of goods, space, and property. They don't want you to own property. In fact, actually, that's a part of the Great Reset that they're trying to push around the world, is to.
Doesn't everybody here pretty much agree that property is theft and there's not really any such thing as ownership?
No.
That somebody can take away what you think you own very easily, very quickly.
If you have a means to secure your property, but if you don't,
or let's say a bank.
A bank, yeah, they've done that before.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, we've slowly gone away from being able to protect our own property and kind of giving it up to someone else to protect it for us.
Yeah.
I think Brett Cohen makes a good point. The American military complex is America's welfare system. And it's also the welfare system of many other countries.
Future orientation, plan for the future, delayed gratification. Progress is
I muted
always
myself. I'm
best.
so sorry. I was like talking sometimes, and I apparently was muted.
Oh, nice. Tomorrow will be better. So the idea of planning for the future is white concept and is a white
instead
only.
of live for today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we shouldn't have planned for the future when everything collapsed at the beginning of 2020, and if we had actually planned for the future, we wouldn't have been running around worried about where we were going to get our next bit of toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, even more importantly than that, in 2008, instead of bailing out the banks, we should have let them fail and then gone back to a regular system that has worth based on the actual inherent, and the actual inherent value of a given good or service, instead of allowing, Goldman Sachs to be both an investment bank and, a hedge fund.
I mean, I consider myself rather simple in this, but when are we going to get paid back for the loans that we gave those banks? Since the banks always scream to me about the loans.
Or how about the loans that we gave
they socialize
all the other companies.
They socialize their losses and they privatize their gains.
Yeah, exactly. That, and I remember hearing my grandfather mention this, is that all the big companies all the big car companies that accepted that loan back when the bubble burst, all of them declared bankruptcy shortly after.
Yes,
companies
except for Tesla, which paid back the loan in a much faster time than was required and with interest.
It's always funny that the big companies are always the one that want the loans and they push for the loans.
Yeah.
And that bailout that we just bailed out how many?
Another $4 trillion to the extremely rich.
And the funny thing is that if you actually looked at what the past two bailouts out were, a quarter, like less than a quarter of it actually went to where it needed to go. A good chunk of it went to programs like bridges in California, upgrading the interior of an airport, upgrading an art museum, stuff like that. It's just like, what in the world? Why is this here?
Crimson Mist. I'm going to
Backed on personal
I'm going
projects.
to borrow a phrase from Robert Meyer Burnett and say that you and I park our shuttlecraft in the same shuttle bay.
They try to use the idea of too big to fail. No company is too big to fail. Yes, there will be a hiccup for a couple of years, but if you let the economy run itself,
You know, I'll tell you a story, briefly, a personal story. When I saw that Pan Am Airlines had gone down to $1 a share back in the 80s, I thought, there's no way that Pan Am is going to be allowed to go bankrupt. I mean, Pan Am's been around forever. Pan Am is one of the biggest companies in the world. So I speculated and I spent $20 and I bought 20 shares of Pan Am, which I lost. And it wasn't any big deal. I mean, $20 was a lot of money to me back then, but it wasn't like it was $1 million or anything like that. However, that changed when the airline companies needed assistance. The next time, they were all bailed out.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have, in that case, bet I would have made a
small fortune.
Say again?
Small fortune.
Yeah, I would have bet against them failing, and I would have made a small fortune.
And I mean, bailouts, governmental programs, all that stuff never helped. It didn't even help back during the Great Depression. They actually, some economists say that the New Deal by FDR actually prolonged the Great Depression in the United States. They say that the United States actually didn't officially exit the Great Depression until the 1950s.
The reason that the New Deal happened was because the president went to all of the capitalists, the millionaires, and said, if we don't do something to at least make it look like we're helping the people, they will have our head.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, it didn't help, but the problem is it's being pushed like it was.
It created Hooverville.
Yeah. Yeah.
It continuated Hooverville.
Yes, that's more appropriate. But what actually kind of really helped the United States was
getting into the war.
In a sense, yes. A general.
The wartime economy was the thing that got the United States all the way out of the Depression.
Not just that, but a military official, I can't remember who it was, he went to FDR. This is when World War II was starting. He went to FDR and he said to FDR, we aren't prepared for this. The government needs to step back and they need to get out of the way. If Germany drops a small army anywhere on the eastern seaboard, eastern coast, we're doomed. We don't have the means to defend ourselves. We don't have the means to
I'll buy that.
An invasion. We need the government to get out of the way. And so that is around the time that FDR started pulling back on regulations and allowed ingenuity and the economy to start working itself.
That was the beginning of the the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about.
Well, I mean, it's not just that, but I mean, you have car companies starting to revamp themselves, and it wasn't just the military; it was ingenuity itself is what saved the United States. Ingenuity and restructuring things,
and let's face it, the work ethic of that generation.
Yes, work hard, work. I mean, that's why
the overtime that everybody had to work. The degree to which everybody had to scrimp and save so that we could feed the men on the front lines.
That's why they're referred to as the greatest generation.
Yeah, that's right. Because of their sacrifice, not only the sacrifice of blood and treasure and lives, but the sacrifice of the common man to not only be inconvenienced, but to go for 5 years. You know, it was patriotic to take all the metal in your house and give it to the government so they could make more bullets and tank shells and tanks and
look, little Timmy's
Jeep.
doing his part where he's going with it. He's going to the junkyard with his little red wagon to pick up some trash.
That's right.
So also apparently time is a part of white culture. Follow rigid time schedule. Time viewed as a commodity.
Oh, yeah. Okay, as a commodity. Yeah.
Well, also scheduling is apparently a part of white culture.
Right. It's the clocking in and clocking out.
Aesthetics is white culture based on European culture. Steak and potatoes, bland is best. Women's beauty based on blonde, thin Barbie.
I think to a degree I think to a degree they have a point there.
Which the woman's beauty thing didn't come up until probably about the 60s, I think. If you actually look at how the
50s, 40s, 30s.
Actually, it wasn't actually even in the 60s. It was actually probably the 70s, because by the 60s, who was the hottest woman on earth in American View? Marilyn Monroe. And she was not thin. She was a plump woman.
She was Rubenesque, yeah.
Yes. And if you actually look at women before the 60s and everything, before we started going thinner is better, women who were more plump, who had wider hips, was seen as
childbearing hips,
were seen as beautiful.
Yes.
In some older cultures, if your wife was not plump, you were seen as a bad husband.
Yeah, you weren't feeding her enough.
Yes, exactly. So
you weren't providing for your family.
So all you voluptuous women out there, you're the hot ones.
Yep. I agree. What's next on the list?
Holidays based on Christian religion, based on white history and male leaders.
Well, to a degree, they have a point there too.
Except for this one that we're celebrating today.
I've always had a problem with national holidays. Because they're based on, again, coming from a Jewish household, they're based on religious holidays that were superimposed on pagan holidays that, to a degree, don't really celebrate anything of any value. All they do is they take the place of the holiday that was there before, so that it has a mollifying effect on the masses. Religion is the opium of the masses.
Well, coming from a Christian, for me, celebrating certain religious holidays, it's not about that being the actual day that it happened. Like, for example, Christmas. It's just I'm celebrating it because that is the event that surrounds is what's important. The birth of Christ is what's important. We don't really know when Jesus was actually born.
Actually, we do. It happened in June or July of 3 BC. Mm-hmm. That's when the astronomical alignment that they call the star, whatever.
The star.
That's when they wind the clock back. It's sometime in June or July of 3 BC.
And I mean, there are some people that theorize that Jesus was born around the Day of Atonement, which is the Jewish holiday of repentance,
mm-hmm.
as well as I think one theory is that
Yom
they're
Kippur.
matching. Yeah, mm-hmm. There's another theory that states that Jesus is basically an idea on Jewish prophets, which is Jewish prophets are die like 3 or 4 weeks before their birthday. So if you take that in consideration, Jesus died in March or so. So go on with that as you wish, which actually I think it follows around near the time of the Day of Atonement.
Again, one of the risks that we run talking about politics and religion is I don't believe that Jesus was an actual historical figure at all.
But he is, because you have historians from that time talking about him. Now,
there are no eyewitnesses that are on the record that have actual authority.
There are
But we
There
can debate that until the sun sets. So
Yeah.
let's not.
Geez. I did not want that one. Next up is justice, is a white culture idea based on English common law. Protect property and entitlement. Intent count. Intent
based on the law of the sea, I believe.
But I mean, yeah,
it's based on maritime law.
But I mean, what's the problem with the idea of innocent until proven guilty?
Well, in the UK, it's the other way around.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Interesting. But kind of okay. So then
I'm not saying I agree with it.
It works back to the institution of what they consider Western law,
the burden
what
of
it was
proof.
born and out of. But how each country has instituted systems of justice has varied in the Western systems.
And one of the great things about the American experiment is the whole point of innocent until proven guilty by a jury of one's peers.
Who are impartial.
Correct.
Which that's kind of hard to do these days.
That's a problem.
Yep.
Considering
especially
much
now.
Evidence to the contrary.
Especially now. And
don't
forget good old jury nullification.
I mean, you have that one juror who came out and said that he purposely lied to get on certain juries.
Well, I mean, I think that happens more often than we think.
Probably, yeah. Competition. Be number one. Win at all costs. Winner loses diametry.
Okay, hang on. Say that again.
Winner loses dichotomy. Sorry. Action orientation. Master and control nature. Must always do something about a situation. Aggressiveness.
Extroversion.
Thank you. Decision making. Majority rules when white and whiteness have power. In quotes. In parentheses.
So mob rule, basically.
When white people are in charge, is what they added in.
Mm-hmm.
When white people are in charge, it's bad.
Well, again, to a degree, I think they have a legitimate complaint there.
When one individual has power over another, it is bad. In this case, it's when white people are in charge, it's bad.
Well, all you have to do is look at what's going on, to see that that's not wrong.
Well, the problem with that is that you have
white. So it's only a problem when it's white, Cardinal Sin? Is it only a problem when it's
obviously
white?
Not. Obviously,
that's the thing that this document is saying.
Yes, and I can see a lot of contradictions to that statement because if you look at cities like Baltimore, Chicago, Detroit, and whatnot, they have a lot of black people in charge, and yet those cities are trash.
When people are in charge,
they were trash before the black people were in power. They were trash when white people were in power.
Well, that's because these black people are part of the party that made their cities trash.
I think there's a lot of
We're angling off into complex or bases for how the thing actually went bad when
socio-political situations.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next up is communication. The King's English rules. Sorry, if we want to have a universal language that everyone can understand.
A living language, which really bothers me.
Written traditions. Avoid conflict intimacy.
Written traditions?
Yeah.
Avoid intimacy?
Avoid conflict intimacy. Don't show emotion. Don't discuss personal life. Be polite.
Oh, wow. This really is subversive.
It popped up on this museum's Twitter page or something for a week, and then when they got blowback from it, they took it down. Mm-hmm. But it just shows you what their thought process is and what their goals are to do.
These would be some of the same people that got those degrees that we were discussing, and They got
Right.
into the Smithsonian Institution. They say, I'm going to put this out there because this is part of how we are going to change culture. They put it out there, and there was so much blowback. The greater system decided, we don't really want that out there. Retract it.
Mm-hmm.
For now.
Yeah, very good, Chris.
But you now have Disney and temporarily Coke now pushing this. I'm pretty sure that everyone has seen that Disney is now putting up an anti-white, and I'll even say it, anti-American.
That's essentially where this started, Chris. The document that they put out there.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Which has gotten us how many hours now?
Well, I mean, it certainly added an hour onto what we were talking about before. And again, I mean, we have a chat with 3 people in it now. So, I mean,
I'm sorry.
I agree. I agree that this is extremely important to discuss, and that there have been some revelations that I had not considered before, and now have me very worried. You know, the idea about, well, I would really prefer not to talk about politics or religion on my channel is because I don't want to lose half my audience.
And that's why I'd say
what cost?
I'd rather we touch on it, we bring up the reason why, and then we dance away again, because we do not have to stay in the political or the religious bases for these things. It's just how it is affecting everything, because eventually it always gets back to, as you mentioned quite a while ago, how this is affecting our media and our entertainment.
Right, but it goes so much deeper
now.
than that,
Yes.
and I wasn't really aware of it.
And I think I would want to, as just a guest on this panel, to thank Brett Cohen, who has stayed with us. Thank Crimson Mist, who has stayed with us. Thank everybody who has come through this chat, because
Darius
I keep trying to hit back at the chat, and I miss a lot of people.
Yeah, sorry everyone for hearing me go on and on and on.
No,
it and on and on
was very important.
And we always do like to bring. Brett Cohen has been bringing up some points, and I'm glad he's been able to contribute from the chat, because as you mentioned, I mean, you mentioned at the beginning of your opening, the chat adds to this. And when we get thin, it gets a little, it can get a little bit thinner, and now you get talking heads. But we really do appreciate you guys sending us those, binging those birdies up at us.
I'll send a picture of this little chart thing to you, Gil, and you can distribute it to whoever you wish.
That would be fine.
I've seen it, but I probably don't have a link to it, and I never trust Google to actually get me back there easily.
Yeah, Google is part of the problem.
I was just about to say Google is part of the problem.
There you go.
And now we're,
the problem is,
if I had a monetized stream, it would now be demonetized. But I don't have to worry about that because I only have 300 subscribers.
Yeah. And Google likes to, they've gone after numerous conservative groups to the point that you can't find them unless you're already kind of subbed to them.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, I've been kind of worried because, you know, once in a while I'll peek my head into Nerdrotic's Friday Night Tights, and it seems at some points to almost be a political diatribe rather than one on you know, entertainment or pop culture or genre fiction or whatever.
Well, here's how I view it: is they're stripping everything that we love and they're throwing it into the political fire. What's end up going to be what we're going to talk about?
Remember,
I guess violent, bloody revolution.
It's one of their tools. They say, when has politics not been a part of this? That's one of the things that they clap back with.
Mm-hmm.
Like they tried to make it about
political.
Politics,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, no, we're not talking about this thing having anything to do with politics or commentary on politics or any one of these other things. It's the fact that it doesn't need to be that, and your obsession with forcing that as the central core of it. That's part of the problem.
The thing is, the entertainment part of this, the pop culture thing, the wokeness, and not understanding why, Star Trek Discovery still gets,
funding
re-upped every year, and it's got ratings that are the worst of any show in history. Nobody watches it, and yet it keeps getting renewed over and over and over. And all the things that are happening to all of the entertainment, these are actually warning signs of a much larger endemic problem. And I'm just learning that for the first time today.
If you ever want to learn more about
trying to say I don't want to talk about politics or religion in my chat because I don't want to lose half my audience. Well, guess what? The half the audience that stayed is the smart half.
Yeah. If you ever want to learn more about this kind of stuff, I strongly suggest looking up Steven Crowder in his show Louder with Crowder.
I'm aware of Steven Crowder.
Tim Pool.
He is another voice, and Tim Pool is another voice, yes.
And trying to think of who else I've seen that I rather enjoy listening to. Heck, we all know about Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro.
Shapiro. Yeah, the thing is that you always look at, as with all critical minds, you look at every single one of these. Maybe I don't know if through a filter is the appropriate term, but
I think that's
the thing is that you're always testing them against your critical bases, not necessarily shutting down anything they say, but always saying they're coming at me from this point of view. So sometimes they will hammer on this issue rather than the heart of the issue. But
I rather like Tim Pool because I don't agree with him 100% on everything. He is kind of more leftist he's a little more left towards center from me. Mm-hmm. He considers himself leftist, and I kind of agree with him he sees himself as a center leftist, and I kind of agree with him because there are opinions that I agree with him on, but then there are other ones where I disagree with him on.
Yep. This is the way it should be.
And
I think, the marketplace of ideas requires differing viewpoints and people that are able to defend and argue them intelligently and with passion, but also with open minds so that they can find their way to capital T truth rather than just lean on the crutch of belief.
I mean, the importance of having a discussion is respecting one another. I have a different point of view I have a different religious view from Cardinal Sin and Jace. I don't know what Trek or Dracos are. I have a different political view than Cardinal and Jace, similar thing. But we're all still talking to each other. We all still respect each other.
And there are a lot of points on which we agree.
And a majority of the points, I would say, we all agree.
Yeah.
And problem is people become so fixated on the differences that we ignore and disregard what we have in common. And that is exactly what these people in power want. Yes. They want us to focus on the differences.
Yes. They want to split us up, divide and conquer.
And instead, they're afraid of us. They are afraid that we will realize that we have more in common than we don't.
That's
because
very true.
When we realize that we have more in common and that we can work together, they don't have any power anymore. They lose their power.
Mm-hmm. And if they rush this thing too quickly, then we will have nothing left but bloody, violent revolution, and they will lose. That's why they have to make a slow press.
Yeah.
So that it looks like from month to month, from year to year, from decade to decade, it looks like things aren't too different than they used to be.
Yeah. And I mean,
you take an example for Antifa. Antifa was their arm for the last 4 years. Well, now that they're in charge, you're seeing a switch on them.
I had never heard of Antifa until it came out of Trump's mouth.
But I mean, I've been seeing Antifa like 8 years ago is around the time that I first started seeing things on Antifa.
The classic interpretation of liberalism
is gone.
Precludes something like Antifa, where there is a violent group that's organized that will fight the
enemies of liberalism,
the neo Nazis.
I don't even know what it's, because they talk about anti-fash or whatever, and it's like
anti-fascist activists.
But then they label people as fascists for these
which
right
basically
or alt-right things.
And what I'm saying is that
the boy who
I
cried
consider
wolf.
myself a classic liberal, and I'm actually a centrist based on the fact that the line has moved so far to the right since I considered myself a classic liberal. And I'm also a pacifist. I would be a conscientious objector, and there are certain military actions that our government has taken in my lifetime that are less really important to the state and the people than others. And I think that it's important to keep an eye on the government, and that the government should be afraid of the people and not vice versa.
Yeah. Here's a nice little twist for you. When Obama had us go in and remove Gaddafi from power in Libya, he in the process, it actually started the slave trade in Libya back up because Gaddafi had ended it in his entire reign.
That's true. And I think it's important to recognize that there's an old anarchist saying that really resounds as true. And it goes like this: no matter who you vote for, government wins.
Yeah.
And when the Republicans and the Democrats are both basically
working towards similar ends.
No, they're both beholden to the same set of donors. Exactly.
Oh, yes. Okay.
They're almost completely exactly the same. There's almost no difference at all. And
something of the effect of two sides of the same coin. They are both the same coin.
The way that I see it is two hands that join the same body at the top.
Yeah.
And the important thing here, the important thing here, or the body politic, if you will. And I think the important thing here is to realize that we have let our collective power, our political power, get away from us, and that we are now no longer a representative democracy or a republic, but we are a corporatocracy. We are completely led around by the nose by the elite and the extremely rich. And, they don't really see us as human or care about us as, lives that matter, that have their own particular significance. We're just empty food tubes to them. And there's too many of us, by about 7 billion. And the biggest problem that we face in the United States today is we're the policemen of the world, and we continue to overpopulate the planet while pretending that there's an infinite amount of resources, even as we reach the edge of what's possible to take out of this earth. That's why fracking has become the new thing, because injecting the chemicals and the water into the ground to shake up whatever natural gas is left is the same basic idea as using shale oil. It's just the very last drops at the end of the straw. We have to slow way down and revert to a post-industrial society, but just barely. We can't all have a car, and we can't all drive all over the place. We have to have a better structured, more futuristically, designed habitat for the human animal, or that habitat will go away, and so will we.
Just remember at the same time, that is what we need. But there are people that are telling us that that's what they're doing right now, and those are the leaders of this reset.
As well as you got Hollywood and the politicians and Congress and everyone
standing behind them and hand in hand with them, supporting it.
That's why I myself am a big supporter in us converting to nuclear energy, because I think that should be the future. That was caused by a freak accident with a tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, from my understanding, mostly under control now.
Thorium. It's not. Thorium. Helium-3.
There are still issues with fission reactors. There are still issues with being able to do this safely, especially on the idea of a government project.
Thorium reactors.
Because they do not do
thorium reactors.
They do not do things to manage these things
melted
safely.
Salt reactors cannot over what's the word?
I don't remember.
Meltdown. They can't melt down.
There
was a nuclear power plant that was ready to go online. It was an experimental plant that was ready to go online in the 60s, and because of the anti-nuclear frenzy of the people that were protesting at the time, they didn't turn it on. But in fact, it was one that couldn't melt down. It was specifically designed so that even if people just walked away, it would just immediately start cooling down and everything would turn off.
Essentially,
and right now we have 450 nuclear power plants across the world that take 60 years to decommission. And if we don't have that much time to decommission them, then the planet will become completely uninhabitable for millions of years.
Well, I mean, if you listen to the climate frenzied ding dongs who says that we're gonna die if we don't convert to all green energy. We've been going to the end of the world it's been 10 years to the end of the world for the last 40 plus years.
I wouldn't say that, but I would say that the fact that the Northwest Passage is free of ice and is navigable again is a really bad sign.
The climate changes. That's plain and simple. The climate changes. We're going to have periods of warm. We're going to have periods of cold.
Yes, but not due to anthropomorphic change.
Back in my mother's time, she said that their big scare was the big freeze. They said that the world was going to freeze over like an ice bulb.
Yeah.
Then I saw an article from the what is it called now? One of the AP News that said in 1986 we have 10 years until the global warming is irreversible. Then in the 1990, 10 years until the global warming is irreversible. Then 2000, 10 years until the global warming is irreversible. They keep on moving the goalpost again and again and again and again. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in global warming. I do believe in climate change, where the Earth has periodic warming.
You don't believe that human beings can have any effect on the climate?
Not on the scale that they're making it sound like.
But let's be specific, because you did bring up the scale issue. That have human beings had an effect? Just have human beings
since the Industrial Revolution? I believe that yes, that's the
yes.
The
Chris,
body of evidence bears that out.
And Chris, do you understand that that even if it's a small amount, that humans have had an effect on the climate?
I understand that. I do acknowledge that we have had an effect of sorts.
I just want to say that's right, because what in all is the real function of the climate? What is the actual engine that drives the climate? That great big thermonuclear ball in the sky that we're spinning around.
Sure.
And the thing is that on scales, there have been, here we go into political again, there have been ideas that we're making a bigger deal of what we are doing than we are actually doing, and that is being used by political means.
Would it be so bad if we erred on the side of caution instead of on the side of extinction?
That is what we should be doing.
The problem with that is, if we go to a borderline pre-industrial age, what has the industrial age given us?
I don't think we should go to a borderline pre-industrial age. I think we should go to a borderline post-industrial age. I think that we should keep the technology that we have. I think that we should keep the internet, and that we should design cities in circles like the Venus Project.
The problem is, human beings are not, if we have learned this past year, human beings are not good with being cooped up in cities.
No, but the way that they're designed is in circles with lots of green spaces, and also built vertically. So these cities are far enough apart from each other that people don't drive each other mad, but they're close enough to each other that they can be helpful to each other in times when they need to. And I think that the planning of city structure and the planning of what's good for the people as opposed to the corporation is key.
Well, I believe in ingenuity, and I believe that humans have the right to advance ourselves as we see fit. Now, do I agree that we should, just because we can do it, we should do it? I don't agree with that. But I also believe that some of the ideas that would save us is being held back by some powerful individuals.
Because it's not profitable for them.
Exactly.
I think you found the teeter-totter right there. That's between the corporate interest and the individual. Oh, you just used the word, now it left me. The ingenuity. The difference between individual ingenuity and the corporate interest is where this thing leverages, and it's leveraged too far in the favor of the corporate interest, because they control the resources, they control the money and the
means
power.
of production. Yeah, and it's gone way too far that way.
Now, that's why I say earlier, I believe in nuclear energy. Now, I do believe that is it perfect? Not entirely. I understand that there are accidents that cause.
I think that we should be fusing things that don't produce ionizing radiation, like helium-3, instead of using fission to make steam. That's ridiculous.
I mean, if so, then we should go into that direction. If so, but do I believe that solar energy and wind turbines are the future? No, we're not.
I never said that.
I'm just throwing that out.
He's bringing up an example.
However, it has worked in some countries.
But there's still, but the problem is that you have days where the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine.
That's true. That's what the
And
batteries
and the
are for.
turnover and the loss of material because solar cells denature and wind farms break down.
And we have no means
And if we
of
covered every roof with solar cells, and we connected all of those solar panels to the grid, the areas that didn't have sunshine would be able to get power from the parts of the grid that overproduced because they got plenty of sunshine. And
Jimmy says
likewise with
hi.
wind, and likewise with wave energy, and likewise with geothermal energy.
But my thing, here's the problem: is that with solar panels are made up of products that require heavy mining.
Generally, these days, they're mostly made of light glass.
But you still need certain metals. You need certain
That's
chemicals.
There's a lot of there's a lot of
Along
loss
with-
and a lot of energy and a lot of things that go into making them, and they do not last forever.
No, they don't, but they've come a long way, and they generate a lot more power than they used to, and they're a lot more resistant to wear and tear than they used to be.
And when they become decommissioned, they're just thrown into waste dumps where they leak their chemicals and metals into the earth and become
And
very
instead,
toxic.
they should be recycled.
They should be recycled.
There's no means of recycling them, to my knowledge, right now.
Solar panels?
Hey, guy, ingenuity. We need some ingenuity about that.
Yes, I agree.
Are we still talking about solar panels?
Yes. If he brought up the idea that there is no method currently that we have to recycle the solar panel, then maybe we need some ingenuity tacked on to that to say, let's figure out a way to make this a completely renewable system. That is ingenuity that we really should angle
and
towards.
then we get back to the whole problem of corporations. They take the money, yet they don't actually fund it into. I mean, you have, for example, that one company that Obama sent tax dollars into, which whoopsies.
Cardinal disappeared.
There you go.
He's back.
You have that company that Obama funneled tax dollars into back in the early days of his presidency, Sol whatever. They ended up, the bigwigs up on top of the company ended up getting big fat bonuses and
Yeah, and you're just talking about the same kind of corruption that we're seeing today.
Exactly. Yes. Same thing.
Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
That's why
in charge
I mentioned the old. That's why I mentioned the old anarchist saying that no matter who you vote for, government wins.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that I want to get as close to anarchy, to where the government isn't as powerful it is, but it's not too far to where the government can't do anything. That's my
I think that the government should be responsible for national defense, for making the roads and the infrastructure,
resources where they're needed.
Yes, and that the kind of
say hello to your AI overlords.
Yeah, I think that the kind of military that we have is way out of control, and that it's unfortunately paid for by
the American population,
paid for by American citizens that can't afford to purchase health care, and therefore they die.
I very much agree.
That's not right.
I very much agree, but I'm also one of those people that think that having the United States as a apex power is better than having China as an apex power.
I agree, but I think there's a happy medium. And I think that it's out of control.
I think one of the things that we should do is we should pull out of the Middle East, because that is a lot of money being wasted there.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree.
Care to get into our political religious chat, Jimmy?
I'm an atheist and I hate politics, but I'm in. Why not?
Well,
I'm a very jaded atheist. I grew up a Southern Baptist, so yeah. I mean,
you're putting more weight on my side of the lever. So
Good, I guess. I feel like I've come to my senses as far as religion goes. That's why I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
I don't know if that has to do with what you were talking about, but that's where I'm at on it.
To a degree. And
Well, I mean,
congratulations.
I
You
think we
missed,
were leaning.
Thank you.
I think we were leaning more heavily
I will
into
pray for your soul,
politically
Jimmy.
oriented discussions.
You
I
can't
hope
pray
that
for what
the-
doesn't exist, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I'll take positive vibes.
Exactly.
I wish that the greater universe and whatever plan or lack of plan there is within it looks kindly upon you all in its fate or lack thereof.
There you go.
Positive vibes.
Those positive waves, man.
But going back to alternative green energies, you mentioned batteries earlier. Problem is, batteries require a lot of mining to get the proper minerals, and they don't
like
hold on to
lithium.
their
Some of them
charge.
do. You know,
Like
there's
lithium.
been a lot of ingenuity lately in the field of batteries.
But it's not in the process. It's not within the confines of what we need.
You ever wonder why we're still in Afghanistan? It's because they have the world's largest lithium mines, and we need that for our cell phone batteries and whatnot.
And this is something that I heard of recently that someone mentioned. I can't remember where it was. It probably was Tim Pool or someone like that. But we closed down our oil pipeline, which would have brought us thousands of millions and billions of dollars and thousands of needed jobs.
Except that the United States is part of a program where oil is fungible, and it doesn't belong to the country. It belongs to the oil companies, and it is mixed with the oil from other companies and sold on a market that's worldwide. And in some parts of the world, like the United States, there is a very serious subsidy that's given to the refineries and the oil companies every year. And we have gasoline right now that's where I live about $2.79 a gallon. And in Europe and parts of Europe, it's been at like $11.50 a gallon for decades.
Now, I was going to get on some of that there. Well, for one thing, is that we were actually outproducing a lot of our competition, and it was driving countries like Venezuela and Iran to have their oil markets kind of collapsing in a sense, because we were outproducing and we were driving down the price of oil. We also had,
but that's a false equivalency, because
we also had
the oil in the United States is not nationalized. It belongs to the oil companies that basically put all the oil of all the nations that belong to this system. I don't even know what it's called.
My question is, would you rather with the government control the oil, or would you rather individual companies?
I think that
Either way,
the government should control most of the resources and should barter with other countries for resources that we don't have, so that we can all survive and thrive and live comfortably without having to go to war for resources like water.
Now,
this is the good sounding type of thing that you hear from reset discussions.
Now, I understand. I very much agree having a group of people controlling it, but it has been benefiting us more as now than countries such as Venezuela, who they nationalized their oil production, and
but they didn't have any refineries.
Their oil refineries that they did have are all collapsing. They're losing.
They have
money.
very few. And countries like Iran that have no oil refineries have to give their oil to countries that have refineries so that they can get gasoline back, and it costs them a great deal of money to do so. That's why
prior to the nationalization of their oil.
That's why they've unpegged oil from the dollar and pegged it to the yuan instead.
What I want to
And
know
because I want to get back to, and because I want to keep this thing on the title of the stream, I'd just like to say for everybody out there, Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's
Happy Mother's
Day.
Day.
And how about that Bad Batch? Now back to the discussion.
But I was
Now
just gonna
back
say
to the regularly
that
scheduled bitch session.
prior to nationalization, Venezuela used to be the richest country because of their oil in South America. And after nationalization, they basically went belly up, and their inflation has gone up hundreds of a percentage. Nationalization does not help.
It didn't help Venezuela.
No, it did not. Nationalization of their oil industry did not help them. It backfired. That's why I'm against nationalizing resources for the majority, for the most part.
What chaps my ass about the whole fuel thing is why we're still even using fossil fuels to begin
I
with.
agree. And the
If
reason that we're still using them is because it's profitable for those who are in power.
Exactly. If you look at the evolution of technology, it's like we hit gas burning engines and it just stalled. We're still still using
innovating
internal combustion engines that are pretty much the same as they were, just souped up better.
And
did you know that the very first cars were electric?
I'm sorry?
Did you know that the very first cars were electric?
I did not. That's actually
they were steam-powered electric cars.
Oh, that's cool. I mean,
that still require fossil fuels.
If it wasn't for the fossil fuel people still paying people in office to have bills done their way or whatever they're doing, we would be far more technologically advanced than we are now. And it's not.
I agree.
It's not because the technology's not there. It's because of the corruptness in politics and in big business. Like the guy in the 70s that invented an engine powered by water and then turned up dead a couple days later. And now the government has his patent for some reason. They ended up with it. I mean, it's all
we're even further beyond that, Jimmy, because remember that not only are we dependent on oil for our energy, we're also dependent upon all the oil that we get for resources like plastics and all the our chemical industries that are based on a carbon that are based on a hydrocarbon source from oil.
Which
it expands.
And actually could be changed very quickly, pretty easily.
Yeah,
but
we need to expand from that, and it's one of the things that I always bring up. Oh yeah, we need to go away from our dependence upon oil. Isn't just the energy that we can get from it. It's the fact is that we are so needy from what we actually get from oil, and there are no secondary because of the money equation and because of how the companies are using it. There is no systems in place for us to pivot to get the heck away from it. Yeah. We need to be. The spigot needs to be turned down, and we need to be on alternates.
And when they started introducing the EV, like 20 years ago, they didn't sell any of those cars. They only leased them. And while it's true that a great deal of the electricity was generated by things like nasty coal and other not green technologies, the fact is that the emissions were much, much less than they are when you're driving a big old internal combustion engine.
Now, here's a nice little twist: is that it just was reported recently, today or yesterday, that China is actually outproducing a majority of the world's big carbon dioxide producers.
That's true.
Because countries like China and India, they're trying to rapidly industrialize to compete with us and also with each other.
They don't regulate carbon emissions on the same level that we do either. They don't give a damn.
And our carbon emission regulations have relaxed quite a bit.
Over the past 4 years,
here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. In the past 4 years, since we got out of the Paris Climate Accords, we actually were being cleaner. because we were kind of that ingenuity issue. That ingenuity thing is that we were becoming we became competing with ourselves instead of competing with other nations.
To an extent, but to an extent, no, because we had tons of just like, for instance, when the regulations were lifted on coal ash disposal. Like, I live near Lake Norman in North Carolina, and we're right here at Duke Power. We have 3 power plants within a 20-mile radius around the lake. And as soon as they lifted those regulations, not even a month later, we hear of, there was an accidental spill of 300,000 gallons, or it might have been
into the lake.
And that was just the first one. And then it happened again and again.
On a monthly basis.
Accidents, it's cheaper to dump your shit in the water and just pay it no attention than it is to abide
and
by
pay a small fine compared to the amount of profit that you make.
Yeah, just imagine if they didn't have proper disposal for biohazards. It's just easier to dump it in the lake. Fuck it.
There it is. Getting back to the idea of big corporations and their money and their bottom line.
Yeah.
And figuring out a way to get around restrictions and things, because while we got to be cleaner, they started doing stuff with the waste and the refuse and the
entire
like
problem lies with money in politics. We have to get money out of politics. Period.
You need to
End of story.
Citizens United. Citizens United needs to go there.
Yes.
Yeah. Back when they lifted that ban, I think it was early 2000s when they lifted that ban on banning corporations from funding politicians. That was not a good move.
No, that was Obama. That was actually Obama saying corporations are people. And they're not.
Yeah, and we already talked about how the Republicans and the Democrats are the same thing.
There are. I've seen some.
They're beholden to the same donors.
Depends on how far you go up, because I do believe that there are some honest to good Democrats and Republicans down along the lower end of the spectrum.
Tiers. Yeah,
but power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the further up that chain you go,
yes,
the less they care and the more money they make.
Yeah, and I've seen some reports that some Republicans.
Why aren't there term limits in the Senate and the Congress?
There needs to be a 2-term limit for the Senate, and there needs to, and 3. Honestly, I would say 12 years, because if a president.
I was just saying. I was saying two-term limits on the Senate, and then 3-term limits on the House of Representatives.
Because they have a 6-year.
A decade is a good round number. I could go as high as 12 years.
I could see the 12-year thing going for the House too. Make it equal for Congress. Have 2 terms in the Senate, but then that would be 6 terms in the House. Either way, it's 12 years, and you should be phased out, because honestly, people's values and things change over time. You can't expect an 80-year-old in Congress to be able to judge the world that a 20-year-old growing up
millions of dollars over the time that they've been in power.
They are rich
to understand what the common person is going through.
They are institutionalized, and they came in.
That's right,
and
that's a big problem.
And they're constantly upping their pay too, which is putting a hefty burden on us.
Well, but I think the argument can be made, rightly or wrongly, that they're keeping pace with inflation, because
Congress should not make more than the average citizen.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Is the median income for all of America? What does the average citizen make? 40 grand a year? If the average citizen makes 40 grand a year, that's what Congress should make. They should get the same damn health benefits. They should have the same health benefits that the veterans
no free stamps. I always my ass that they got free postal.
Send Congress to the VA for their health care. Yeah. That's what they deserve. The same stuff that veterans get. And I guarantee you that we wouldn't have problems in the VA anymore.
That's true.
Like, my grandpa would probably still be alive if they had adequate health care in the VA.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
But there is a political movement called the Convention of States going on right now. And they have 3 goals. And that is, 1, to put term limits on the Congress, on the House and the Senate. 2 terms for the Senate, 3 terms for the House of Representatives.
It needs to be on the Supreme Court too.
Yes,
I'm all for freezing the number of justices,
absolutely,
but keeping them as lifelong terms because they're not supposed to be political. They're supposed to be apolitical.
Unfortunately,
and that requires.
Unfortunately,
and hold on. That requires them to maintain a point of view that's not shifting every 4 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, but that's not what's worked out.
No,
exactly.
And
that's not
because Democrats are trying to expand the numbers right
damn
now.
all that.
The Republicans
You know it's a bad
also
idea when
try to do
Nancy
that.
Pelosi says it's a bad. If Nancy Pelosi is against them expanding the court,
No,
you know
she's
it's gotta
for
be
it.
bad.
She's for it now. She's for it now.
They tried to do it like a week or two ago, and she was the one that stopped it.
Not from what I've seen, because she was all.
Hold on, I'll
if she
find the
was,
link
if she was against it, then she probably realized that Democrats are in a little bit of trouble because
I think that Nancy Pelosi is part of the problem, and she has been for a long
She
time.
is. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. I'm not defending her. I'm just saying, like,
And
proving a point
I
against
think the
it.
same thing of the turtle guy, Mitch McConnell.
Yes.
He looks like Gary Oldman in the Hannibal movie, Mason Verger, the guy
Yep,
who Hannibal
he
ate
does.
his face. He looks
As
just
you
like
said,
that.
Cardinal, the part of the body politic, they are all part of the problem when they are institutionalized at that level.
Exactly.
Here it is. Here it is right here on Forbes, April 15th, 2021.
Can
Nancy
you put
Pelosi,
the link in the private chat so we can take a look at it?
Yep. Hold on one second. I'll do it. But the
Or
headline was
screen
Pelosi
share.
kills bill to expand the court to 13 seats. I'm gonna send.
You can even do a screen share.
Yeah, you can do a screen share too.
Another thing that the Convention of States wants to do is that they want to also put it to where Congress has to present a balanced budget to the president every year. They can't get around it. They have to do it.
Yeah, but they've been deficit spending for so long that they have to average something out before they put that into place.
And this amendment would force them to work on balancing out the budget.
Well, that would mean
to prevent us from going into the negative.
That would mean that the defense, the military-industrial complex would go way down.
Probably. If so, so be it. Just as long as it doesn't affect our efficiency as a means to protect ourselves and our allies. Another thing that they were...
I think that our allies should probably do a lot more protecting of themselves.
Agree.
Yeah. We are not Team America World Police.
Thank you.
I very much agree.
America, fuck yeah.
And the third
coming to save the motherfucking day now.
Yeah.
The third amendment that they were proposing is that if a law is passed by the federal government that is unpopular, then if the state governments vote to put it down, a collection of votes, I can't remember if it said 2/3 or if it was a majority of the state governments voting against it, would nullify this law. Basically giving the state governments more power and giving the 10th Amendment more teeth.
Yeah, I think that's something that's called what did you say it was called?
The Convention of States.
Something that's called the Convention of States sounds extremely worrisome to me.
No, it's not, because they're trying to push.
No, I said it sounds extremely worrisome to me.
Right.
It is.
I'm just saying is that what they're trying to do is they're trying to enact the second part of the Article 5, which is if 2/3 of the state governments vote for it, there will be a constitutional convention.
The link is in the private chat.
Where there is a collection of where there will be amendments that are proposed that requires a majority vote, and that if these amendments are approved by a majority vote, they have to be adopted into the Constitution without Congress's consent. Congress cannot deny, nor can they.
Congress would never agree to that.
They have no power. The Article 5 says they have no power in this decision if a constitutional convention
Congress
is made.
would never let that happen. They would never let that occur.
They would then have to fight against the Constitution itself. They would have to actually basically nullify the Constitution itself because it is in the Constitution. Congress has no power when a constitutional convention is called for. They have to accept the results. Otherwise, they are fighting against the Constitution.
Well, it wouldn't be the first
then
time.
who ratifies, who creates that legislation, who places that properly, and who ratifies it?
That's a
So
great question.
the way it goes is that 2/3 of the states would vote for a constitutional convention. Congress would then have to say, okay, you have your convention. Then each state can send as many representatives as they want to this convention, but each state only has one vote. They all negotiate, they all debate the amendments, and then they cast a vote. And like I said, they can send as many representatives as they want, but they only have one vote per state.
Texas, California, and New York are going to bulk.
Alaska, along with them.
So
I don't know who the large pop states are.
How do you guys feel about the Electoral College?
We already discussed it. We're against it.
I'm for it.
You're okay.
Well, I think the rest of it are against. The rest of us are against it.
Why are you against it? If you don't mind me asking, I missed that part of the conversation.
Me?
Yeah, sure. Anybody. But
because it no longer functions as a in the way that it was initially meant to function when it was instituted all those years ago. Instead, it has allowed, for example, in my lifetime, at least two presidents that were not winners of the popular vote to take office, and that's against the will of the people, and I think that's wrong.
Okay, here's my question for you.
Think popular vote should be the way we go?
Yes.
So you're all for
one man, one vote.
I got a question then. How would that work during an election? If popular vote was the way to go, then all candidates would have to do would be pander to the people in the big cities. Everybody out in the middle Midwest and rural areas would be forgot about, and their vote would literally not matter.
I don't think that's true.
You would only have to win the big cities.
It's already like that where I live right now.
Yeah, you think
in
the
my
politicians?
state.
If that were the case, then why do they do all the gerrymandering that they do to get the Democratic vote out?
Hillary didn't go to Michigan or Wisconsin, one of them, and she lost. I mean, it's they're just gonna. They think pandering to the big cities would work.
I think that she lost because many of the Democratic voters didn't think that she was a good candidate for the job.
I did not vote for her that year. I
didn't either.
I didn't vote for Donald Trump either.
I didn't either.
I wrote in because I'm tired of.
I cast a protest vote that in a state like Kansas that always votes against its own interests and votes red, turns my vote into a vote for the Republican every time.
Now, the point of the Electoral College is so that high population areas would not have the definitive say on who would be the president of the United States.
Exactly. Gives everybody a voice to an extent.
Now,
I think it's long past its usefulness.
Well, here's my
I think there's something else we could do besides the Electoral College. Honestly, don't ask me what, but I definitely don't think the popular vote is it, because that would be trusting politicians to do the right thing by coming and talking to small town areas.
The way
they wouldn't have
actually, I think there are two things that we should consider instead of the Electoral College. The first one is ranked choice voting. The second one, yes.
No,
that's what I think.
I've seen videos on that, and I've seen videos against it, and I am so against.
I also think that the United States. I'll be happy to tell you about it. I also think that the United States should engage in a parliamentary style government like the Knesset in Israel, or like in the UK or in Canada, where you have to put together a coalition government and no one party has power for the entire,
I'm good with that.
Term of a president. Also, you can make a vote of no confidence and basically kick the bastard out and put together a new coalition government with a new president.
That's similar to an idea I had. I've always been of the mind that the real problem is political parties. They very much just keep us divided down to our very core of government.
And they're really the same.
George Washington even said that. He said he was against political parties because it would keep us divided.
And the Republican Party actually started out as a third party.
If we did away with political parties and you just had candidates running on their platforms, the person that gets the most votes, president. The person that gets the second most votes, vice president. It would force people to work together to come to common ground rather than just toe party lines.
Again, to borrow a phrase from Robert Meyer Burnett, Jimmy, you and I park our shuttlecraft in the same shuttle bay.
Problem is with having the winner with the most votes gets to be the president. The person with the second most amount of votes becomes the vice president. Could you possibly see Trump and Hillary Clinton working together?
They'd have to.
It would be a whole different landscape because
and the entire Congress and Senate would have to.
This past year proved that Democrats and Republicans cannot work together. Because there's that great amount of divide.
If they can't work together, why are they putting?
It's because they
in
toe
the same
party
building.
lines. They have party lines. They've got party lines because
they're beholden to the exact same donors.
The special interests pay them to have those party lines.
That's right.
And if there were no parties, then there would be no party lines to toe. They would have to go to each politician individually if they wanted to do that. And then you couldn't be like, oh, hey, the Democrats did this. Well,
and I also think bringing down their pay to a much more reasonable level would create a situation where those politicians aren't always corrupt all the time.
Exactly.
Here's the nice
also
little twist:
institute the term limits with that.
Yeah, and here's a nice little twist to that is that originally Congress was not supposed to be a career job. You were supposed to go in temporarily for a short amount of time, and then you leave and rejoin the workforce.
Go back into the private industry.
Look at Lindsey Graham, South Carolina senator. When he first joined Congress as a congressman, he told his constituents that he intended to be in Congress for 12 years. Not in the House, in Congress for 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
He did his time in the House and then transferred over to the Senate, and he's been in there almost 20 years or over 20 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. Once you get in there, like you said, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and they get that big paycheck in their pockets and their private jets and this, that, and the other, and their preferential treatment, they're not going to go back on it. They don't want to give it up.
Now, Gil, you said you're all for the popular vote. You know that the popular vote is actually what's deciding the president.
Is what?
It's just not the popular vote is deciding the president. It's just not deciding the way you want it to.
You're talking too fast. I can't understand you. It's to what the president?
You said that you support the popular vote. The thing is that the popular vote is deciding the president, just not the way you want it.
I don't think that we need we need electors to be able to say, you know what, even though the popular vote was for candidate X, we're going to decide that it's going to go to candidate Y instead.
When did they do that?
Bullshit.
That's the thing. That recently,
do that?
This past year, Supreme Court voted for that.
But the electors didn't.
Because
the electors in the Supreme Court are different.
Because there was that whole issue of whether. But here's the twist, though, is that it was if the state legislators decided to redefine who was going to be the elector. Now that is within the grounds of the Constitution, because according to the Constitution, it says that the state legislator chooses how electors are chosen.
Yeah, and that's wrong too.
Nope. Actually, I think we should go further than that. I think the state legislature should be the sole choosers of the electors. And that would put more pressure on the common man to look at our state senators and our state governments and say, what are you doing?
I think that they need to be beholden to the people and not to the corporations.
That should be, and like I said, that's why I think that the Electoral College should be defined purely by the state legislators, so that puts pressure on us, the common man, saying, what are you doing as our state representative, our state senator, and our state governor?
Okay, for speaking of state representatives, I got another question. You might have covered this too, I'm not sure. But how do y'all feel about DC statehood?
Against it.
Against it.
Well, given
Because-
what happened with the Capitol Police this year, I think that they deserve representation.
They haven't.
Agreed.
I think that they
But
deserve.
Congress or the Constitution clearly states that DC will not be a state. It will be a district, not in
As well
any
as
state.
there is an amendment.
I didn't say that they should
Constitution.
become a state. I
That's
said
what I'm
that I
talking
think
about,
that they
their
deserve
statehood.
representation.
They do
and
have
I
it.
think that
They just don't have voting. That representative just does not have voting representation. Does not
I
have voting
understand
power.
that.
Now,
But
if
I think,
it-
are you going to let me answer your question?
Go ahead.
I think that they deserve representation on the same basis as the rest of the states, but that they should not be in violation of the Constitution in doing so.
Here's the purpose of the state capital. It is to be a neutral ground.
The country capital?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. The federal capital, the District of Columbia, is to be a neutral ground for the federal government to work in. It was never meant to be a residential district.
Well, it is.
That's grown.
And that is these idiots' faults. They have representation in Congress. The representative just does not have voting authority.
Then it basically doesn't make any difference.
They
Now,
can
the proposal
advise and they can negotiate with others. That's
other
about
caucuses. Jimmy?
The other proposal that's actually already passed the House, it's going to the Senate now, is saying they're going to cut Washington, D.C., the district, down to, I believe it's the Capitol, the Supreme Court, the White House, over to the bound of Washington Monument, like the National
basically
Mall
federal
area.
properties.
Yeah, just that little small area, and make
Like the mall?
Yeah, pretty much the mall. Yes, and make
And
the
then
surrounding
Maryland
area
and
a state. And
Maryland and the Virginia will just become a little bigger.
Virginia
that's
already
what
got.
I think they should do.
Virginia
But
already got back their territory.
They would.
Back
They
in
would.
the-
In this
Sorry.
proposal, they're not just going to get bigger. In this proposal, the city of Washington, D.C., that's not the mall area, would become its own state.
I don't agree with that. I think if they want to do that, then they should get reabsorbed into the land that they came from.
Exactly. Virginia and Maryland, and they already have representation.
And Virginia already reabsorbed their territory back in 18 something.
The people that would be absorbed back into that land area would be represented by Virginia and Maryland's representatives?
Yes.
Yes.
Because it would just be part of their state.
Then they get the representation.
Well,
that
their
they're
census
that
would
they're begging
change,
for.
and so the amount of their electors could change.
Yeah, and that they get the
still get
representation
two
that they've been begging for.
You're still
Okay.
only going to get 2 senators. And I mean, no matter what. And that seems more logical than just saying, hey, our city is so big, we have X amount of people. That's more people than the state of Wyoming altogether. Yes, that may be true, but you're not the only city that's that big. So if we're granting statehood to cities based on sizes, what's next? New York, Atlanta, Chicago, LA,
Well,
Charlotte?
Okay, yeah, I think that's
it's
on its face. That's not a workable solution.
It's not. They just need to absorb back into Maryland and Virginia.
I'm all for them cutting out the residential areas.
Okay, wait, hang on, Chris. Hang on. I want to answer what Jimmy said with this. Did you know that 80% of Arizona and 90% of New Mexico are owned by the government?
I didn't know that. No. My family lives in Arizona.
When you take into account all the military bases, all the Indian reservations, and all of the state parks and forests that are owned by the government, 80% of Arizona and 90% of New Mexico are actually owned by the United States government.
Yeah, state property is owned by the federal government because it was never, unlike Indiana, Illinois, or anything of the other states west or east of the Mississippi, property was not distributed to the public. That property was Arizona, the Mexico gains were basically held by the federal government. They never handed it out to the public. So that's why the United States will not. That's why the federal government will not mess with people like Texas, because Texas actually owns a majority of their property. They don't. The federal government doesn't have as much pull.
Well, and Texas is a republic.
Man, they're state, but they can't. If they want to become a separate country, nothing's stopping them.
Well, just the process.
Yeah.
I don't think it would do them any good. I don't think it would help them in any particular way.
Who knows? The last time it was attempted, bloody war.
Yeah. And bloody violent insurrection may be.
It's already here.
Maybe the end run of any of this.
Bloody insurrection's already here. It's happening in Portland. It's happening in LA. It's happening in Chicago.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about organized revolt. I'm talking about, you know what? You guys in the millionaires and the billionaires seats have been in power for so long and enjoyed such luxury in your life that those of us that have had the short end of the stick for so long have had enough. And if we can't exercise our political power to rebalance the scales any other way than outnumbering you, then that's what we'll do.
Well, I mean, the Declaration of Independence says right there in the
blood
beginning,
and patriots,
preamble.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In the preamble, it says that when it comes to the point in time where the government ignores the governed, then it is time for bonds to be broken and new governments be created.
Well, I think that we're way past that point.
And the thing is that you said that you disregarded the Black Lives Matter Antifa movements as not being organized, but they are.
I didn't say that they weren't organized.
Oh, sorry, I've interpreted it that way. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'd say they're organized to an extent.
I mean, I don't think that.
How's people doing?
Hey, there's Jace. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just been listening, man.
Sorry about all that, Jace.
No.
I think you lost Captain Trek there in the discussion as well.
Yeah, he said that he wasn't getting a chance to speak and that he'll see us next week.
Yeah, no, I am just been I'm just editing a video to the gaming channel to 540.
I'm just sorry I didn't get to say bye to Captain Trek. And
it's
good to that you hang out, Jay. So,
yeah, man, I just been listening, and
I do think that we're reaching a point of diminishing returns with our
discussion,
the argument about politics, and I don't think that anybody's really giving way. I think some of us are agreeing with others about some things, and some of us are disagreeing about other things with some of us and others of us. And I don't really see it as a, fruitful discussion that's going to get us anywhere.
We are away from civil, and we all got along doing it and acted like adults.
There's an excellent point.
There's not enough of that going on.
That's true.
People, like Gina was saying in her infamous meme that she got fired for, too many people are just hating people for no reason. For no reason.
She's right about that.
You think this in politics, so I hate you.
Like,
stupid.
Normally, I love
to do that.
Normally, I love to talk politics, but I'm still following when people say that don't want the channel to be too political. I follow the rules, and then I normally shut up about it.
Yeah, that's why I was. All I do is, well, I'm a guest here, and I appreciate that, Cardinal Sin. And as far as I'm concerned, well, we can always do this. How about that Bad Batch? And happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Yeah.
How was the Bad Batch? Did anybody watch it?
I don't know if any of us saw it.
I've seen both episodes, man, and I will say I almost fell asleep.
I've heard everything from that. I've heard not caring about it. I've heard people like it. And
No, of course I didn't
I
like
know
it.
that
It was too
there are
white.
some,
It was too white for me. No, just kidding.
and then the Twitter hate mob hate it because it's too white, and Disney caved to them, so they're going to do some kind of color grading to make it look darker. So as far as I'm concerned, Disney is a terrible company.
A really interesting take on the Bad Batch, which I expected to be able to view before we came on, but I wasn't able to, was in Echo Base Network's show last night.
Yeah, they get booted off when they show the deleted scenes.
No, they showed deleted scenes of Return of the Jedi, but they went on a different stream immediately and talked about the Bad Batch. And I thought it was a really enlightening discussion, and it talked a lot about things that I was certainly unprepared to discuss today that helped me be more prepared to discuss today.
What is the premise of the Bad Batch? Like, what is
the
it
what?
actually about? So, what is the premise of the show? I don't know anything about it.
That they're clone stormtroopers that were mutants and were literally the Bad
didn't
Batch.
go bad. The cloning did not go right. It was bad cloning. So you've got a handful of troopers who are not like the whole rest of the clone army.
Which means they can shoot straight.
Yeah.
Amongst other things. They are all... We're talking about, at least as far as we've had 2 episodes.
Since the stormtroopers and stuff like can never shoot straight, does that mean they're all gay?
I don't think that's a direct correlation at all, ever, Chase.
I'm just kidding, dude.
But-um-bum.
But-um-bum, yeah. We have something. We found out something new about them.
Yeah, I was going to say the premise is at least interesting. They brought in a young character, so you've got the child that could be good, that could be bad. I've heard more positive about the inclusion of their young addition, so maybe that's good.
Clones that were allowed to mutate and develop unique personalities and traits, and they rejected Order 66 and the Empire.
I might wait till the whole thing comes out and then try to watch it.
Well, there's always that.
Okay, I didn't, because I've not heard this. This may be something that you heard, Cardinal Sin. They were allowed to, so their mutations were deliberate.
I highlighted what Christian Jones put into the chat. Clones that were allowed to mutate and develop unique personalities and traits, and they rejected Order 66 and the Empire. So evidently, if they rejected Order 66 and the Empire, they had some more free will than the rest of the Better Batch.
But was that deliberate?
I don't know.
On what Christian Jones said?
I haven't
Or is that
seen
a mystery within the show?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I would love to answer your question, and for all
I'm basing it on only the information I've heard about setup, and it might not even be based on whatever that story group calls the Bible for this, if they are contributing to it.
I don't know if they were allowed to mutate and develop unique personalities and traits, or if they just mutated and did. But I'm sure we can go to StarWars.com and find out.
Okay, I'm back. To my knowledge, anyways, those are my messages, by the way. To my knowledge, they...
Well, she really resembles the sister to... was it Jango Fett, right? Boba Fett, Jango Fett?
That she was another clone.
She was an altered clone.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what
that at least is interesting.
Let's see here.
Until I heard about there being mutants, I thought the premise of the show was it didn't suspend my disbelief.
Okay, so this is what Wikipedia says. Clone Force 99, unofficially known as Bad Batch, was a clone commando special force squad that was active during the Clone Wars. The squad initially consisted of 4 clone commandos that were designed with genetic mutations and were led by Clone Sergeant Hunter, a clone with enhanced sensory abilities. Other members include Crosshair, a clone who has keen eyesight and marksmanship that allowed him to excel in long-distance firefights. Wrecker, a reckless clone with enhanced form and muscular form, and Tech, a clone with enhanced mental capacity and intelligence, followed by the Battle of Anaxis, Advanced Recon Commando clone Corporal CT-1409 Echo joined the force. After his fun time.
Most of the members' mutations and the ordeal Echo suffered prior to joining caused their inhibitor chips to fail.
I did not know they had inhibitor chips.
Order 66.
Yeah, that was added in the Lost episodes, basically season 6.
Season 6.
Is that in the EU?
No,
that's in the.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In the EU, it was only something added in with Dave Filoni. In the EU, prior to the Clone Wars TV series, the clones were basically.
Okay, but when I say EU, I'm talking about stuff that's not in the movies.
That's what I'm saying. I'm getting to that. In the EU, Order 66 was a part of a contingency of orders for the clone army. 1 through, I think, 105 orders. Let me see if I can find.
These are canonized somewhere?
These were
part
only
of the
in the EU.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to break away for a minute. You guys feel free to continue. I shall return.
Yeah, man.
All right. So, contingency orders of the Grand Army of the Republic, order initials, order 1 through 150. They don't give the whole set of orders, but they're basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 known orders. Order 4, in the event of the Supreme Commander, aka the Chancellor, being incapacitated. Thank you. Overall, GAR command staff fall in the Vice Chair of the Senate, which would be Masamita, until the successor is appointed or alternative authority identified as outlined in Section 6. Order 5, in the event of the Supreme Commander, aka the Chancellor, being declared unfit to issue orders as defined in Section 6, subsection 2, the Chief of the Defense Staff shall assume GAR command and form a strategic cell of senior officers, see page 1173, paragraph 4, until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified. Order 37, capture a single wanted individual through the mass arrest and threatened execution of civilian population. Follow-up directives include censors for body disposal of civilian casualties and suppression of communication. Order 65, which is the one that the Chancellor would be, that our also wonderful Chancellor Supreme Darth Sidious would be afraid of. In the event that either 1, a majority of the Senate declares the Supreme Commander, aka the Chancellor, to be unfit to issue orders, or 2, the Security Council declares him or her to be unfit to issue orders, an authenticated order being received by the GAR commanders shall be authorized to detain the Supreme Commander with lethal force if necessary, and command of the GAR shall fall in the acting chancellor until a successor is appointed or alternative authority identified as outlined in section 6, subsection 4. Order 66. In the event Jedi officers acting against the interests of the Republic and after receiving special orders verified as coming directly from the Supreme Commander, aka the Chancellor, GAR commanders will remove the officers by lethal force, and command of the GAR will revert to the Supreme Commander, aka the Chancellor, until a new command structure is established. There are two unofficial orders. Order 6, throwing away any communication as fast as possible, and Order 64, after killing Durg, one of the clones wonders whether... Yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah. No, I think the show is boring, to be honest. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, but when Dave Filoni came into the picture, he retconned Order 66 to be a hidden clone directive.
Yeah.
Whereas
I was never a big fan of that.
When the EU was established, it was a set of orders in case of situation, contingency orders.
Filoni was there from the beginning. It's when the story group became part of his little side project when Disney was instituted.
And Dave Filoni undermined Karen Travis's amazing work with Republic Commando, and also creation of the...
Filoni undermined crazy amounts of stuff.
Yes.
That's the biggest problem with
the foundation of Mandalorian culture.
Yes, the biggest problem with Filoni is that even from the beginning, even though he had the ear of George Lucas all through his construction of his Clone Wars, being that he was functional showrunner, functional story commander, the end all be all of it, he has himself damaged a great many things. It lies at the foot of many things that he did that caused this little issue, this little issue, this little issue, this little issue. And I would say what has been done, he's been rewriting The Mandalorians hard just to fit his story.
I mean, I will say this. I like the Clone Wars. I enjoy them. I like the product that Dave Filoni has created. I just don't like that he was given such power over the canon to rewrite it, basically.
I think I don't know if we park our shuttle bays in the same. If we park our shuttles in the same bay, but we definitely plot similar courses. we see in similar ways about this.
I think it would have been. I mean, for one of the things, Karen Travis, she was actually working to merge the Clone Wars TV series with the EU canon. There are several books where she has written Wild Space, the Clone Wars novel based off the movie. I think she did Hutt Gambit.
I'd have to look that up. My EU knowledge thins out in the late 90s to early 2000s. I was not spending that much time looking for and finding and reading Star Wars books.
Okay, that's not Gambit. Let's see here. Okay, Karen Travis did the Clone Wars novelization of the movie. She then also did the Clone Wars No Prisoners novel. So she was, and then she was there to help try and merge the two together.
And she existed in the EU. She existed prior to the Disney purchase, prior to the story group.
Yes, but when Dave Filoni started messing with what she had already established with the Mandalorians and undermining what she did with with Republic Commando, she then said, "I'm done."
Yeah, I've heard that too.
And I've actually exchanged a couple messages with her. She has you can email her on her website, and I messaged her and I asked her if she would be ever willing to come back, and she says, "No, I'm never coming back to Star Wars." Which is a real tragedy, because she was one of the best one of the best authors in Star Wars.
Yeah, sad when it happens.
Well, this is part of it. It's part of the creative. What would you call it? The creative want, the need to
Process.
you need to want to be creative, but the thing is that because we're all different, not everybody is creative in the same direction. And I suppose if George Lucas hadn't been so put down by the idea of what we didn't like about his way forward and his, I mean, George, he's always been, he's always had issue with some of the things that were popular about what other people did to contribute to his universe, but also he received the brunt of the force, not undeserved, for some of the worst parts of things like the prequels and his changes, his need to change the originals into his special editions and things like that.
I mean, to be fair, it is his creation, his property. Now,
and just think if he was willing to helm that and to direct that.
Yes,
because
I agree.
To be the creative center and allow the other people to, what about if we do this? And then if he just maintains the thread through the middle of it. I mean, this is kind of what I thought about. I believed, I did not know it was certain, but I believed this was the idea when I was reading Dark Horse comics in the early 90s. All the comics that were based off of Star Wars. This was my original version of the EU. At the same time that I had read when Timothy Zahn came out with his novels, and this added on to the world of Star Wars. Dark Horse was the one who was continuing on several of these side threads and some of these stories and expanding the universe, expanding it into the past, expanding it in between and into the future. And they would always include these maps at the beginning of their comics, where things fit inside the world. And my understanding of what went on, whether or not this was true, was something of the same thing as I understood. All outlines from them and all outlines of books, including Timothy Zahn's, were approved somehow by being funneled through an approval process via George Lucas.
Or, I mean, at least one of George Lucas's subordinates.
Lieutenants.
Some lieutenant or something like that. So you always had an idea that it always found a way through Lucasfilm or someone when Lucasfilm was still George Lucas.
Yeah, and that's where we had the tier system. G canon, C canon, T canon, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And all that back there, you actually had a center. And even when Star Wars was, I mean, even when it suffered for the variations introduced by the prequels and everything like that, you still had a sort of thread that wasn't tearing apart.
The only requirement was that George told everyone, do not touch the Clone Wars. Do not touch before the Empire.
I'd like to quickly give Jimmy the floor.
Just have to run. Got to get my kids to bed. If you guys are still on here in a little bit, I will be more than happy to pop back in. I'm having a good time.
In case we're not, where can people find more of your stuff online?
Still just on Twitter right now, at Jimmy Soul VNT. And hopefully have a channel up soon, but just been too busy. Doing a lot of homeschooling this year because of the pandemic, and that's monopolized 95% of my time, and the other part of it's spent working. So,
we talked about that earlier.
But school's about out for the summer, and I'll have some free time. So, but like I said, if you guys are still on here in just a little bit, I'll be happy to pop back in.
All right, man.
All right, man. Good to see you. Have a
good to see you here.
Actually, I might not be able to be on here too much longer. I think Cardinal, I think I should break stream now because I have some stuff I have to do to get done before I leave.
Okay,
Before I
well,
leave
I
work.
think this is a good place to wrap up for today. I think that we've kind of run the gamut of what's useful and maybe what's it isn't. But let's go ahead and give everybody a chance to mention where we can find more of their stuff online and to shill their wares and so forth and so on. And Jace, I'll start with you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. You can find me at 540 Studio. We are doing podcasts and stuff. Talk about pop culture. We do talk about some politics there sometimes, but not too much about politics. It depends. It depends really much on who is on, and we will figure out if we're going to make it more political or not. It depends on people who are on. And you can also find me and my other co-hosts on 540 Gaming on YouTube. My co-host Adrian is, or Marty, as he calls himself, are doing he is doing live streams of playing the new Resident Evil game, if people are interested. So at the moment, I'm actually making a new video of him getting angry from a stream. When he got really angry when he played Force Unleashed. And it was like
Oh, yeah,
swearing.
that was awesome.
Yeah. So I'm making clips of him being angry and complaining about those towers.
I can't wait to see that all stitched together.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys can find me over there, and it's always an honor to be here with you, Cardinal. You are a good person, and you are doing so much good. And yeah, it's always an honor. And it was really nice to be here with Drake Draco also, and always nice to meet you here.
Thank you.
It's always good to have you here.
Thank you.
Mithri, would you like to go next?
Me?
Yeah. Tell us where we can find more about you online.
Yes. Well, I am Mythier, also known as Draco Argentus, and I have a channel on which has had nothing new since the Expanse went bad. Yes, I do have a channel. You can sub to me at Draco Argentus on YouTube. I can also be found on Minds as Mythier. I can also be found on Parlor as Mythier. I don't spend that much time there, but I also spend even less time on Twitter just because, well, I guess I like to see the occasional good thing that Gina Carano posts, but most of the time I think it's a shit show. Also, I'm working on my website that hasn't actually been a place I could direct people to, so I'm covering up that, making it pretty, and trying to put links there so I can just say, everyone, go to mythier.com. Yes, I actually have my own domain, and I've had it for over a decade and not used it for anything but fooling around with web programming. And
well, that's
so
something.
I hang out with you guys, and well, if I'm going to make content, and since cancel culture is a thing, it's probably good to have your eggs in your own basket.
Yep, it probably is. Chris?
I am on Twitter. I'm trying to remember my name. God, it's all of a sudden my mind went blank. XGen John 91.
Mm-hmm.
And you can find me hanging out with Jace on 540 every now and then.
Yep.
Yeah,
cool.
That's about it. And again, sorry everyone for the constant political talk.
If it weren't
it was,
Happy Mother's Day to everyone.
It was different and it was stimulating.
Yeah.
I probably would have tried us to direct us away more often if it weren't so informative and we were getting places.
Yeah.
Not enough people talk about politics anymore because they're too afraid.
It really is a problem, and not problematic. It is a problem because of discussions like that. It does turn people off, especially if you cannot be at least open, or if you get angry, or if you get or if it gets too meaty in the politics. If it gets too Hey, this is something I don't need to listen. Channel switched.
Yeah. And when
Well, I
people
think
don't
that
talk
we-
about it enough, we get what we have here, which is like 5 hours of nonstop talking about it.
I think that we touched on some interesting points. I learned a lot. I learned some things I didn't know. And hopefully everybody in the audience did as well. We will be here again next week, starting at 3:00 p.m. Central Time and going until God knows when. And then we'll be experts on something else.
Yeah, and we have to find that day we can do the punk and rock and stuff stream, man.
Yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
We also have our discussion about. We also need to do our discussion about the movie that we all tried to watch together.
Yeah, we should get back to that, but not tonight.
Not tonight.
All right. Well, for Mithrir and Chris and Jace, I'm Cardinal Sin, and we will see you all next time.
Yep.